Yeah, just fuck this piece of pig, boy. You know, oh, the last couple of hours have just everything was great until a couple of hours ago, and then I had a day, boy. And it was once
Oh,
again all little shit that just bummed me the fuck out.
oh,
Some of it, all right, so let's go with the most irritating, but also the most trivial.
okay.
And that is
And we're
motherfucking postal service didn't deliver my goddamn package. They
oh,
were like, hey, it's being delivered today. And I'm like, awesome. And then, like, I get this message, hey, we tried to deliver it, but didn't.
why?
What? Don't you, like, you know, put it outside the door or something? And then I come get it?
That usually how this
That's
works.
usually how this works. Like, what's going on? And they're like, well, it was like, you have to sign for it. I'm like, okay, why did nobody knock on the door? Because I'm pretty sure you don't expect me to just be outside waiting. So, what was going to be the signal that I needed to come out and sign for this motherfucker? Now, there are two possibilities here. Also, three. Actually, now I think about it, let me be RFK for a moment. I mean, three. One, motherfuckers didn't try. They were just sort of like, we don't know. Well, fuck it. Put it back in the truck. We're going home. That's a possibility.
Right.
The other possibility is for some fucking reason, I don't know what it is, I have been having trouble getting my packages lately. So I'm wondering whether or not they're even going to the right address.
Hmm.
You know, like even Amazon has not been getting me shit. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? And now the Postal Service? What's happening?
I mean, how to put it without saying too much about your obviously like on on
Right.
air. Um, could it be because of the? Could it be because of like the split level nature of the number?
It
Could that be
could be.
causing?
It
Could that be
could
causing
be
confusing?
because, but it hasn't caused problems before, so why would it now? You know, it's like
All right.
something changed, and I want my goddamn Transformers. I paid money. I waited a month, and the fact that it's sort of like, well, you weren't home. Bullshit. I was right here, and there was someone
God,
awake the entire time.
God damn it, guys. Oh my god,
God,
can't fucking
God damn
transform
it, Gag.
service.
One goddamn Transformers gonna fucking kill you guys. You know, like seriously, I'm like, no. I'm really looking forward. Now they're gonna try to deliver it again tomorrow, obviously,
mm,
but that pissed me off because my day was great up until about 3 o'clock
when that
when
occurred.
when that occurred. Also, it was like 3 o'clock, and I'm like, you usually don't deliver mail until like 4 or 5. What is going on?
Mm,
You know, like because I was expecting because it's not like a huge package. It's not like if I had bought like a $500 Unicron or something, and it was like 4 foot box. Okay, fair. You know, I need to get this in the man's hand because I needed to bring this thing to him on a dolly. No, this is just regular size shit. It's like it should just be a box about like that big. You know, so I don't know what's going on. I also fucking mosquito. Get you get. I ain't. I ain't dealing with that today. I'm not about that life today. So there was that. The other thing. So, and the other thing that was annoying me is like, as you probably know, because I won't stop talking about it, is I've been preparing the Kickstarter for Babylon.
Yes.
I hate everything I've done for it.
Aw.
I'm just like,
You mean
doesn't
as in
look
like
right, doesn't read right, something's wrong. Everything's missing. You know? So that's been a continual frustration because I'm sitting here going, I need something, but I don't know what it is.
odd question?
Yeah.
Have you Okay, so when it comes to like, so I'm assuming you're talking about like the promotional material of it on the Kickstarter
Yes.
page.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. The copy,
Have
the
Mhm.
graphics, and everything.
Right. Here's a question.
Yeah.
Have you asked for somewhat like a nearby physical person's opinion who isn't directly involved in the making of it? Like, for instance, have you ever like grabbed Guru and gone like, "Would you pay for that?" Like, would
I. He would be a bad choice because he doesn't get role playing games he doesn't get tabletop games at all.
or you could also ask the Countess
I
or something.
could,
Yeah,
but like,
because sometimes when you're like
okay,
super
here's
deep
the
into the
problem.
uh
They tell me the things that are obviously wrong.
okay.
I I know what is obviously wrong. Like, hey, that thing's misspelled. Okay, good catch, but that's not what I'm looking for. That's not what I'm looking for at the moment. You know, right now this thing has got I don't know. I just been comparing it to like the more successful ones because I'm like, that's what I gotta be working towards.
Have you been consistently focusing on this for the past several days?
Days?
I don't know. Have you
Try
like
weeks.
okay? And pretty much every day the past couple weeks you've been looking at this going what's missing, what's wrong?
Yeah, I've been working on it like every day since about August, really.
Have you considered taking like one solid day
I have.
not looking at it and then coming back?
I have.
Okay.
I have done that.
Ah,
I could do it again, but I'm not sure if that's going to help. Then again, I don't know if working on it for another day straight is going to help either. But something's got to give. I need like a Grant Morrison breakthroughs moment.
you need enough of a disassociation to allow for like a Gnostic space to pop up in your brain.
Yeah, maybe I ought to have some more of those edibles. Try
I
that
mean,
one.
I mean, the question is, if it can't hurt,
I don't
then
think it can
why
hurt at
not?
this point. Like that mushroom chocolate don't last too long. So like for the Countess, it always lasts for like hours. For me, it only always lasts for like an hour and a half.
Maybe an hour and a half is all you need for this.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe that's all I need. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe I should. You know, I'll do that. Check that out. You know, how have you
Jackula.
been?
I've I've been all right. Oh hi baby. Did you come to lay down? Yes.
He came to lay
Oh,
down. He's
he's good
giddy.
boy. He's good
He's
boy.
giddy.
Well, no, we had a bit of a fuss earlier this evening, which was I was taking a nap,
Oh yeah.
and he was like all snuggled in with me, and I think at one point he became a bit playful, and he did like a little like a harmless like play bite of around my ankle through the blanket,
Yeah.
and you know it was a play nip, like it was nowhere near actually going to do anything bad, but I was asleep, and it caused a sensory reaction of me not kicking him in any way, but like literally jumping halfway out the fucking bed,
Huh.
and that freaked him out. Because I think he was just like, "What the fuck? What happened? I don't know." So we
Man.
had a little bit of a fuss, but
Oh man.
but no, man, I'm good. It's the weekend, and I got paid today, which means soon as that check cleared, first thing in the morning, I was like, utility bill paid, car insurance paid, phone bill paid, grocery bill, it's like a grocery order put in, weed bought, cat stared
Yeah.
at.
I need. Ah. Oh man. I.
I have found that I've really come to this like conclusion of like, wow, having this creature in my house has shown me how little I actually need. I'm like, I need food, I need marijuana, and the ability to stare in my cat's eyes. That's
Oh.
about
I.
it.
I. I. I wish that. My brain does not work like that. I wish it. Sometimes I wish it did, because like, you know me. I need stimulation. If I don't have stimulation, I get bored. If I get bored, I get depressed.
See, that's why I smoke sativas, because it gives me interior mental stimulations, and that does the job.
That's why I take speed.
Well,
They prescribed it to me, so I'm like, well, I guess it's okay then. You know, like, oh, me an Adderall. You
if it
know,
has a doctor's note.
then it must be okay. You know, but I mean, like, seriously, yeah.
So before we came on, we were talking about the
Eating cats.
cats.
I swear.
He
I need a
he
break, man.
he
I need a
he
break.
no, we have to look into the abyss for how beautiful this is, because he lost that in that fucking moment. Like, it was shaky before then, and then he said that shit, and it was like, no, you're done, you're done, you're done. His
I hope
own
so.
side, his own supporters are starting to like flake off.
Well, yeah, because you just
It's
insulted Michigan. Michigan, you know, one of those states where people's votes really matter. Michigan swings against you, that doesn't go well for you. I mean, remember, like, that was Hillary Clinton's mistake, remember?
no. Here's the thing, right? Because no, I was just talking about this with someone the other day. No, consider he's literally doing everything that Hillary did wrong.
Yeah, but in a spectacularly unique way.
Yeah, it's amazing. I'm just like, this is literally the shit that gave you the edge when you won.
Yep.
How did how why who
Because
who approved this?
he doesn't know what to do with a woman who isn't totally politic and not under his thumb. He has no clue. None. He cannot deliberately switch tracks. His brain is on, I gotta say things that belittle Biden. And he cannot change it. He's too old. He's too old. He can't. And he was dumb to begin with. Like, he's stupid to begin with. So now he's stupid and old. And he just ain't as mentally agile as he used to be.
The man forgot on stage that he wasn't debating against Joe Biden.
Mm-hmm.
That happened.
Yeah. Yeah.
In real
he's
time.
losing it.
It was there. You saw it, right?
Yeah,
She turned to him and said, "He's not running against you."
Yeah, it's like, you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. And I'm like, call the Undertaker, because it's been a moida.
It was so bad. Man, I don't know if you saw it or if you heard about it. Alex Jones tried to fight with ChatGPT. No, I mean it literally. He tried to have an argument with ChatGPT.
On purpose?
Yeah.
Why?
Because he's
gonna outsmart artificial intelligence? Was that the idea?
No. He was trying to provoke it into an argument. A, as if it's actually an intelligence. And B, because God, I wish John was here to back me up with this shit, because you don't know. You don't know.
Really?
He's Neo now.
What?
So remember how we told you all that crazy shit about how Alex thinks that, like, in the future, like, DMT will be used to turn us into weird Matrix slaves, and there will be demons and all that other weird shit?
Oh. Yeah.
You remember this.
Yeah.
Okay. In the vein of that, in the vein of he thinks that's how all this is actually working. Now, you and I both know how, like, the mimetic nature of the internet can be used to influence public opinion.
Yeah,
like,
of course.
Like, you know, like Alexander Dugin has used this to manipulate people. Like, we know about this.
Yeah.
So Alex has picked up on that and gotten it so wrong. So
really?
wrong. He has picked up on that, and he's like, that's what they did to me. They turned me into a meme. That's not who I actually am. I am a living. And then he said this. He said, I am a biological virus, and the globalists have tried to create an AI version of me, but I'm too strong, and I'm infecting their machines. I am Neo. He's serious. He thinks he's Neo.
No, he's ChatGPT.
But here's the thing. Basically, he thinks that the real life Alex Jones, like, you know, the truth warrior, you know,
right,
is so strong that he is infecting. He believes that he is infecting the globalist AI machines with his real mimetic nature. And so he tried to prove that on air during a live broadcast by trying to turn ChatGPT into himself.
What?
Through arguing with it. Like he tried to influence ChatGPT by arguing with it. And
That's not
n-
how it. Okay, never mind. Yeah. All
no,
right.
but here,
I'm
but
like,
here's what,
that's not how it works.
no, but here's what makes it better. Chat GBT pretty much responded going, I think you want me to say this because this is an Alex Jones talking point and him and his fans try to get this type of answer, even though it's wrong.
Oh my god.
And Alex was so pissed.
Yeah, man. Like you're.
This man's just failing like in front of his audience so hard, even for himself, and it's amazing.
Well, he's for all of his Truth Warrior shit, he's really bad at fighting the man behind the curtain.
Well, because it's him.
Yeah, like it. There's this fundamental. I always get really, 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 really frustrated because guys like Alex Jones, it feels like they almost are on the verge. They come to the verge of understanding anything, and then they just completely shit the bed at the moment of output. You know, it's like all conspiracy theory thinking. I've actually come to the conclusion that you can't give conservatives psychedelics because it just reinforces their insane version of reality, because their whole problem is that they can't let go of their preconceived notions.
Well, yeah, because like they actually forcibly put themselves into echo chambers.
Mm-hmm.
Like they go out of their way to stay in an echo chamber, whereas like
Yeah, they have no desire for anything new. None.
right, whereas like like people like us, there's a specific term for it. I just came across, I cannot remember it for the life of me, but it's not an echo chamber. It's the idea of like, yeah, you like talk with other people who share similar ideas to yourself and who understand what you're talking about, but the echo chamber specifically is specifically the repression of all other opinion except the one you want to reinforce.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's like a fundamental difference. So like when people who exist outside of those kind of bubbles, well, outside of an echo chamber,
Peer
even if they
review is not an
yeah,
echo chamber just because everyone inside of it is a scientist.
exactly.
You know?
Exactly. So when people who don't live in an echo chamber take psychedelics, it's like we're very open to our opinions changing.
Mm-hmm.
We kind of want our minds to expand. That's what we're looking for, right? We're looking for
Yeah.
whereas on the other hand, people who live in an echo chamber are looking strictly for a confirmation bias.
Yeah. Yeah. And so their brains will give them that.
Yeah.
Their brains will give them that. And it's nothing is more irritating and depressing than conservative people on psychedelics. It's really annoying because you're constantly, I don't know how to say it other than, no, these are the people that see demons, you know, and they don't see demons and go, huh, cool, you know, because that requires a certain amount of openness and ability to adapt. You
Yeah.
know, like they're they're the people who go to church on Sunday but will then consult the witch about their love life and not see any dissonance
No,
whatsoever.
no, you can't even start talking about this with me right now because literally today before leaving work, me and like the only other like witchy girl at work just before like our day ended, like we spent 30 minutes talking about, oh my god, Christians are so annoying and yet who do they call?
Yeah. 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 Like,
It's not even funny. It's so true though.
yeah. Well, it's like,
Oh.
it's why I'm glad I never actually, um, branded myself as a freelance warlock or anything, you
Mm.
know, because then these requests would never stop coming the fuck in. And there's only so many times that I can look at someone and go, you don't need magic, you need therapy.
The cards
And I
say,
am telling
talk
you,
to a doctor.
and I am telling you as a person that has done both,
You need the one.
you need the one. You don't need the other, because your problem is that you do not have control over things in your life that you really ought to have a handle on. You know? Or you got so much unrecognized trauma, I can't do anything for you. I'm not a psychiatrist. You know, that's what you need fixed. That's what you need help with. You need help with you, not with fate. You know, not with the invisible world. You need help with you, because all your problems stem from you. And I'm really bad at not telling people the truth, or at least what I see is the truth. I'm bad at not just saying that shit.
You know, a strategically worded and nuanced statement is not necessarily your forte in that
No, no,
realm.
because it's just sort of like, no, I know exactly what your problem is here. You know, I
It's
feel
you.
like it's you. I feel like I always feel like I'm a plumber, and I keep coming to the same house, and I'm like, well, I can fix the immediate problem, but you really have to stop putting diapers down the toilet.
You should leave.
Yeah, why don't it's like, well, if you can't fix my problem, well, no, I can't, because your problem is you keep putting full diapers down the toilet and trying to flush them.
See, if you keep getting in your own goddamn way, there's nothing I can do
Yeah,
about
yeah,
that.
yeah. You're the one doing this. You know, and sure, I can continue to make money off of you, but this is irritating. You see, I don't like work. And I just like being paid. And this is now becoming work, because I feel like I'm not helping you. I feel like I'm enabling you. And I'm not paid to be an enabler. Do you want to pay me to be an enabler?
I literally, okay, without giving much, without giving too much client confidentiality away.
Okay.
Uh, I have a regular readings customer who now she's a woman of God. She's a woman of God. Not in that overbearing fire and brimstone kind of way, but in that, you know those white Christian women who aren't overtly offensive in any way, shape, or form. They don't say anything negative about or to anyone, but they're a little too doe-eyed. Like they're nice,
Yeah.
like they're genuinely nice, good people, but not the brightest.
Or at least they come off that way, and you're like, are you stupid or sinister? You know, like,
And you
because if
don't
you're stupid, you're annoying me. And if you're sinister, I don't want you anywhere close to me, because
I've known this one long enough to know it's stupid.
it's stupid. Okay.
It's stupid. She can't help it. It's just who she is.
Oh.
God, and it's made all the worse by the fact that, like, she's genuinely a nice person. And I'm just like, why do you keep doing stupid shit? Please stop. Um, but yeah, so she came to me this week and she was like, oh my God, you'll never believe what happened. And I looked at her and went, that man cheated on you again, didn't he? That's what happened, isn't it? It happened again, didn't it? And I'll tell you how I knew this was what was going to happen. Because the last reading she got from me, I said it was going to happen again. I said this. I said, you need to leave this man.
It's not going to stop until you stop it. There's only one way to do that. You need to leave.
And here's the thing. The response I got it was a genuinely tearful response, which just made it all the worse.
Oh no, what was it?
It was like, it was this whole thing of like, I know that that's what you said, but like I also consulted like my pastor.
Yeah, I was about to say she either talked to a priest or Jesus spoke to her.
And I looked at this white woman sitting at my table. I looked at this woman sitting at my table and I was just like, look, you already know what I'm going to say. And here's the thing, like I pulled out, I did like a spread for her. And here's the thing, it was almost half the exact same spread that came out last time.
Yeah.
It was like half exactly the same. I was like, this isn't, I was like, no, this isn't. I looked at her, I was like, look, if you want to keep spending money and coming here just to have me tell you the same damn thing every couple weeks, that's fine. But I'm telling you, it's not gonna change. And she looked at me and she was just like, but don't you think that God? And I reached my hand over to her hand and I said, honey, God gave you the wisdom to be able to say, fuck this.
Yeah.
You're the one choosing not to use that.
Yeah. This is where that free will comes in. You don't have to take the advice, but realize that if you don't, this will keep happening. Because he's got no reason to change things. And oh my God, I saw a documentary today that went, all right, so I watch a lot of true crime, okay? I love watching true crime, especially if there are a lot of bodies involved.
I literally just today ordered myself like a slouchy, like comfy t-shirt with a skull on it that says, I like comfy clothes, murder shows, and like 3 people.
Yeah. So I don't know why. I love it. So I see a new one on Netflix called Into the Fire. Ooh, and it's only 2 episodes. It's short. And because I wasn't feeling like a 6-hour journey at the moment. I was like, yeah, something a little shorter. Oh, this is about movie length. Okay, yeah, let's do this. And I watch it. And I have to tell you, it was one of the best ones I've seen for a couple of reasons. Because it does not go the normal true crime documentary route. You know how usually it's like, and then the investigators did this, and then there was this news report, and like, we're focusing on the investigation, right?
Mm-hmm.
This one didn't do that.
Ooh, okay.
But it didn't do it in the annoying way of like, we don't understand how this could happen in this fucking beautiful American town. Because every time if I see that too many times in a row, I'm like, oh, okay, this one's bullshit.
It does happen a lot. It's one of those weird things where you kind of, at some point, you had to just start going like, how is it that people haven't realized that like suburban life as it is structured in America specifically kills actual community? We
Yeah,
don't
because it's
have it anymore.
isolating. It's
Yeah.
isolating, but you don't get that because you're like, well, there's people over there and there, right? And I'm like,
Are there,
yeah,
though?
but
Are
there's no public space. There's no public space. Oh, well, what's that little created park over there? That's not a real public space. That's an exclusive space that is masquerading as a public space. Not the same. But yeah, this one focused on what was weird about the case. Like the things that were like, oh, wasn't expecting that. Because here's how it gets started.
Mm-hmm.
So this woman who had a child 20 years ago and gave it up for adoption because at that time she was like 14.
Okay, yeah, like not ready to be a mother.
Not ready to be a parent at all. At all. Gets a letter. And that letter says, we need you to come down to the police station and give some DNA evidence. And for a DNA swab. Because we have found a body that we believe is biologically related to you. And she's like, what? Well, okay. All right. So she goes down there and discovers that this body is related to a 20-year-old cold case. And she's like, the fuck? So she gives her DNA and they eliminate her. She's not related to this body. And she's like, okay, but what about this cold case? What is it? It's a missing persons case. Her biological daughter has been missing for 20 years. And she just finds out. Because, I mean, she's the biological mother who gave it up for adoption. You do kind of like, you lose your right to that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But she's also like,
unless specifically there's an open adoption that happens.
Right. Yeah. But but she's like, wait, my biological daughter's been missing for 20 fucking years and might have been murdered? So she's like, okay. So she got like latches onto this because she's like, I gotta find out what the fuck's going on. Now,
well, yeah, that's not something that you could easily let go of the minute it just intrudes on your life.
Yeah. Like the minute it comes to you, it's like you're kind of in. You're now involved again. So, yeah, nobody told her because she was the biological mother, but she gave it up for adoption.
Mm-hmm.
So, no one told her. You're not considered to be
privy to that information
once you do that. But she is like, what do you mean she's been missing for 20 years? I gave her up for adoption so something bad wouldn't happen. And so what becomes real obvious, first of all, is she is not the normal person that you have on these documentaries. It's not, oh, she was so beautiful and talented and we just don't know what happened and blah, 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 blah. And who could have guessed that it was blah, blah. No, this woman is right on the money every time. And I'm to the point where I'm like, you were a sex worker. Because you know the score.
Was she?
Well, let me put it this way. At one
It's never
point,
really gone into
yeah, it didn't really go into that, but at one point she was a teenage runaway. That
Okay.
brings with it certain possibilities,
These, yeah.
you know, of what a young girl can do to make her way as a runaway.
That it also, and also if you, I don't know how to say it, like if you know the commonly traveled routes of like underage runaways in the United
Mm-hmm.
States, you know that a lot of times people band and travel together and
Yes.
hitch together. So even if she didn't do anything like that, there's a high possibility that multiple people she hung out with did.
Yeah. And so there's this, so she has this kind of innate sense of like, okay, we need to be checking out truck stops. We need to be checking out cheap motels. We need to be checking out, you know, like, you know, strip joints, you know, and you're like, oh, you know, like, you know,
You've been here.
you've been here, like, you've been down. Also, she just comes off like, stripper granny.
All right.
You know, like, no bullshit, no tolerance for nothing. When someone's like, huh, well, they seem like good Christian people, she's like, they're fucking hiding something. And I don't know what it is, but it's bad. It's always bad. And I'm like, yeah, you know. You know.
This is literally never good.
Yeah, this is literally never good. And usually the documentary will then interview all the people so they can cry, you know, and do that. No, this one, they interview people who are close to them, but they specifically focus on, yeah, we know some shit ain't right. Let me tell you how some shit ain't right. Yeah. You know, like, you know, you have someone go like, oh, it's such a nice, peaceful town. Cut to somebody. No, it's not. So there are a lot of people in this one who are like, no, I'm going to tell it like it is. Fuck that. Fuck all this weepy shit. Fuck you. And then, because she's looking for this is where it starts to get wild. She's like, I'm looking for this woman. She's been missing for so many years. Blah, 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 blah. This one woman goes, I don't know if it's connected, but I was kidnapped in that town around that period of time. And she's like, oh, tell me more. And so she tells her whole story about when she was 6, she was abducted by this guy in a red pickup truck, you know, taken to the middle of the woods and sexually assaulted. And he was about to, like, finish her off. Which, whoa. Yeah, shotgun a 6-year-old to death? Oh my God.
No, it lends to a terrifyingly, like, methodical, thought out, and completely cold logic to that.
Yeah. This is like calculated evil.
Yeah.
You know, perpetrated against a little kid.
Mm.
Anyway. So the woman's like, yeah, maybe it is related. And shows her all the pictures of, like, you know, the adopted daughter's family and all that stuff.
So what? She's about to be like finished off by this guy, and then what happens to make that not the case?
A dog shows up. A dog shows up and starts barking, and the guy runs.
All right.
But not because, you know, and the woman's like, I assume it's because he was like, there's a dog, that might mean there's a person.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. So this saves her. Fast forward 20, 30 years, and she's looking at the pictures of the girl and like her family and everything. And in one of the pictures, she goes, "That's him. It's the adopted father. The adopted father is the one who did it." And that's where it starts to get wild. It's a really good documentary. It's a really good one. If you're looking for a happy ending, you could probably already guess you're not going to get one.
I mean, okay. I don't think anyone in their right mind goes into a true crime documentary expecting a happy ending, because it's a true crime documentary. Someone has died.
There was, yeah. There was crime. There was murder. So, but here's the thing they do once they get to the second half. Now, by the way, this is where I'm like, no, this is where it just starts to get wild. But one of the things that they do is they focus on the guy and him and his relationship with his wife, so that you can watch how he tries to manipulate everybody. And it's fascinating because you're just sitting there going, wow, damn, you just lie about everything. Well, except for one thing. He does eventually tell the truth about one thing, which is, where is she? He eventually tells the truth about that. And you're just sort of like, fuck. Oh, I think we lost him. Yeah, guy's a complete monster. He is a complete monster. Oh, you're back.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah. The guy, Cat Hermit, the guy is a complete monster. And it throws you for a loop how much of a monster he is, because I ain't told you shit. There is way more.
That's terrifying.
This is one of those things where, and the thing I love about it is that the entire thing, the birth bomb, is like a witch that finally put a hex on him. Like, she doesn't literally put a hex on him in the documentary, but you're just sort of like, did you summon a demon or a fairy godmother to fuck with this guy? I'm not saying that was the wrong thing to do. I'm just curious because all of a sudden you show up and his luck goes bad.
Well, it's because we brought in a wild woman from outside the gate.
Yeah. Fucking they brought a witch in, and all of a sudden it's like, oh yes. God damn, he already has.
Has it, honey.
He already has. But yeah. It's called Into the Fire. It's on Netflix. I really recommend it. It's very different.
Well, shit, that's gonna have to go on the list.
Yeah. Be prepared to several times to go, what? Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, because it gets wild. Yeah, time for someone to have an accident or a suicide. Oh, it's a complete unraveling, which is what's fascinating.
You know, I'm
watching this whole thing unravel, holy crap.
I consider myself a generous person. I'm so generous that I believe in giving every single person uh, a certain amount of rope, uh, enough to hang themselves.
Dude, there is a moment, and you'll know when it is, when you're gonna be like, okay, I was not expecting this to happen.
Okay.
There is a dark horse moment in this thing, and you're like, oh, I know what's gonna happen here. Nope.
No, no, you don't.
No, you don't.
Okay. It's called Into the Fire, you said?
Into the fire. Yeah.
Okay. I.
I'm
It's
gonna
funny.
I'm gonna refill my coffee real quick.
No, how dare you? Oh. Hi, everybody. Sleepy kitty. Yes. Sleepy kitty. Wait, I don't know. Can you? You can't see. It's too dark. He's cute and sleeping. Unfortunately, too dark for y'all to see. Yogi, have you heard of the sexy truck? What the fuck is this? What is the sexy truck? What is this? Hi, Defector Nick. Love it. No, I don't know what the sexy truck is, so I have no idea of what you speak of, John. The only truck I've had contact with specifically recently is I was driving home from work the other day, and I saw a Cybertruck at a light, and I was so infuriated by its existence near me that I rolled down my window just to scream "fuck you" at the top of my lungs to the person driving the truck. Because you'll be having a good day, enjoying yourself, and then the mere sight of those things is a truck that is sexy and manly according to our favorite raging thumb. Oh, Alex thought a truck was sexy. Oh no. Damn it, Yogi, you lost the game. How? How have I lost? How have I lost? I'm sorry. I feel that us telling not I believe that us not telling everyone who drives one of them that they look like a prick every time we see them, I think that's losing.
I'm gonna have to locate that chocolate bar at some point.
Mm. So, oh, I'll tell you, I was just telling the chat. So the other day I was driving home from work and I stopped at a light.
Yeah.
And do you know what the fuck was next to me at the light?
A Cybertruck?
It was. So you know what
Ugly
I did?
things, aren't they?
You know what I did?
What?
Now, and I need to point out this is in a town in a college town in New Jersey that was founded during the Revolution. The streets are narrow. So the truck's like right here. I rolled down my window and screamed "fuck you" at the top of my lungs.
You channeled me for a moment there.
I believe in my heart that every time we see a Cybertruck or we see someone getting in or out of a Cybertruck, we should yell "fuck you." We should call them pricks. We should call them douchebags. I feel that as a society, we should collectively shame
This
people
is
for owning these.
this is a thing. Okay, question. Question, Yogi. I need some spiritual advice. Should I try to find that bar real quick?
Why? You're not thinking of taking it right now, are you?
Maybe.
Do you want to be that? I'm asking. Do you want to be that way on a live broadcast? Is what
I
I'm
don't
asking.
know. I don't know because there was a topic I wanted to discuss with you that may require it.
Oh,
Which is the discussion of spirit marriage.
okay. I'm intrigued.
Yeah. So, first of all, should I just sit down and talk, or should I spend like a couple minutes trying to find that damn thing?
How about you sit down and talk first, and let's see
All
where this
right,
goes.
see where it goes. All right.
Because I'm not gonna say that there isn't a level of this topic that requires an altered state to talk about. I am going to say I don't know if we necessarily need to get to that place in this exact conversation. So let's feel out where this is going first.
Okay. All right. So I had heard about spirit marriage before, but I didn't really realize what it was talking about.
Oh, by the way, John's offering to make this a three-way conversation.
Hold that thought, John.
That's fair.
Hold that thought, John. Because this is going to get weird and esoteric for a little bit. So, what do you think spirit marriage is?
I don't believe it has a singular definition. I believe if I'm thinking of the right thing, it could be one of several different things depending upon the culture who's talking about it. And it can have different parameters.
Right, but what's the big thing that they all hang on?
The big thing is that it's like a throughout your lifetime, it's a no, you have a significant union with this spirit, with this deity, with this. There's like a dedication that goes on here. There's a mingling that goes on here.
Right. But that's not what I'm getting to.
Okay.
It's spirit fucking.
I mean, not always,
not
but that's
always, but under
that's
in most contexts. Because like every time I would read like, an esoteric text or something, and there's reference to it. I'm just sort of like, oh, okay, yeah. Because they didn't really go into detail. I found out that detail where I was like, wait, we're not talking about like you lighting candles in a church here. We're not talking married to Jesus in a modern context. We are literally talking about getting off to spirits.
I mean, we've all done it.
Yeah.
We've all done it.
We've all done it. But like the thing that was so interesting about it is that there's apparently a level to which it begins to feel like visitation. And this, in many ways, is where the succubi and the incubi come into the parlance.
I mean, it's definitely. I mean, definitely like the thought, like definitely like the thought form and premise behind these are the same thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Some Cashel Gladio is like a Catholic nun being married to God. Yeah, but there used to be this specific kind of edge to it. Because the best texts that actually describe this are from monks, from Catholic monks. And the thing that's weird about it is that you would expect it to always be negative. It is not. Great detail is gone into. And there are many conversations, and one of the biggest is a monk who's written this treatise on it. And he is trying to explain to, a student that if he is worried about a succubi stealing his soul, he has mistaken the spiritual for the physical. And he goes into detail about what he means.
Mm-hmm.
And what he specifically means is this sort of encounter does not apply to the Ten Commandments. He's like, it just doesn't. Because he's like, there are no such things as demons. There are only angels. And if an angel wants to, fuck you, have sex with you, there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, you should be honored. And if you want, but
no,
I am hesitant to go. But he goes on a bit. He's like, I'm hesitant to go on about it because you've already made this fundamental error, and I feel like you might harm yourself if I instruct you further. I was like, wait a minute.
Well, yeah, everyone knows that there's like an element of like almost like a hidden tantra inside like the Roman
Highland
Catholic
Hour was a
cloisters.
documentary, and the events happened in real time.
Yeah. It's one of those really, and to the point where I'm like, wait a minute. Is there a system of doing this? And the answer is yes.
Mm-hmm.
It's been done so often, there's a system for it. And it's considered, it's not easy, but it's considered to be, it's that thing Stephen Moore did.
Yeah, with Celine.
Yeah, with Celine. It's the thing that he did where he got himself to a point where he could just see her. And they're not talking about like in the third eye. Well, I mean, maybe technically it's the third eye, but like they're talking about having an actual visual hallucination in in a normal waking state. And I'm like, what? This sounds possible. This is weird.
And the two of them got back on the train to London on a single ticket, which I thought was very ingenious.
Which I thought was quite clever of them. Yeah, because Alan Moore, this was the big thing, because there's a step past that. There is a step past it. And that step is making it visible to others. And I'm like, the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of anecdotal evidence that seems to suggest that this is a thing that can happen.
I've heard about this, but I've heard about that, but I've never actually looked into it.
No, it's not biblically orthodox. The Bible actually doesn't say much about this, but certain other esoteric texts that like a monk, apocryphic texts that a monk would have access to back in like ye old Middle Ages could have read.
It's so weird though. You talk about like the idea of like manifesting this strong enough that like other people are able to see it. I've heard of it. I've never bothered to look into it, mainly because. And
thanks for the support, Doom Bloomers.
Here's some support.
Woo! Awesome Canadian cash. But yeah, no, like call me a prude. I've never felt the need to have spiritually ecstatic sex in front of other people. I've never felt the need to do that.
I didn't even think of it as, I didn't even know it was a possibility.
Well, of course it's a possibility.
I did not know that it was a possibility. I did not know that it was possible.
I've had sex with the devil. Of course it's possible.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, to the point where other people are engaged in that
you
visual
mean that?
hallucination.
Okay.
You know,
I've heard about it, and it was one of those things. I'm like, well, I'm sure it's possible. I'm just not interested.
I now understand what, not intrinsically, not experientially understand, but I now understand what this one Thelemite was talking about. He was talking about seeing Babylon in this manner.
In what man?
In that manner. And
he
sees
it
visually.
Okay.
He sees it visually as opposed to in the mind's eye.
Mm-hmm.
You know, where it becomes a fully realized hallucination.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that also hooks into like ideas of like tulpas.
Yeah.
Because there's no reason to believe that it would just be limited to romantic relationships.
Right. I mean, when I use my fetch, I see it.
You have a fetch?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, of course I do.
But what do you mean, of course you do?
Of course I do.
Oh, okay. I did not assume that. I neither assumed that you had one nor that you saw it.
I am not above creating a shadowed version of myself to scooch into and send to other people to fuck with them. I'm not above that.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
I'm not above that in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah. I don't know if I've ever separated myself that way. I've had other people tell me that there is a shadow that follows me that wears a hat, and I'm just sort of like, well, you know, like, so basically what I'm saying is Count Jackula kind of came from a real place. But The thing that always annoyed me was, I don't know how to put it this way. Most of the people I dealt with were white lighters. I'm like, so
yeah,
frustrating.
Mine's kind of freaky looking, but I like that. It's kind of necessary for what it's for. Like mine looks like mine looks kind of like this, like it's like a black silhouette of like an elongated hag with stringy hair and like long spindly fingers and just
That makes sense.
And like fucking like bright white circular light eyes that just stare at you.
I don't know why, but I'm like, yeah, if you made a fetch of yourself, yeah, I believe it would be a hag.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
you'd hag it up. You about that life. Hag life. You know.
Look. Anyone who has legitimately left their body and gone walking on the other side of shit. Anyone who's legitimately done that will tell you, oh no, these divisions of like the light side is over here and the dark side is over here, and that doesn't happen.
No. It's all a matter of personal perspective. Period.
And all this shit, it all bleeds into each other.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where it's one of those things of like, oh, you made a form for yourself to go walking, and it's not in a form that can defend you from weird shit. That's a stupid thing.
That's a good point. Like, never thought of that. Astral projection, hell yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I never actually thought of making a separate, like, astral body. Maybe that's one of my problems. You know, because it's always, my sense is that it's always just my consciousness. You know, and that has no form. I can only visualize it as an awareness.
Fair, but consider,
I mean, I probably could change that if I wanted to, but
yeah, do the chaos magic thing. Change your opinion.
Yeah.
Which you know, like something that helps me with this is, again, remember, I'm coming at this from a somewhat
walking 10,000 steps a day protect me from weird shit. Only if you believe it does.
If you believe it, then sure.
And if you believe it, then it probably will. However, be careful. Because by doing that, you are also engaging in weird shit. So there is no repelling weird shit without also attracting it. So beware.
Like, I'm aware of the fact that I went through a complicated ritual to ward my property means I'm kind of calling attention to it.
Yeah, exactly.
I acknowledge this. Like, that's just how it goes. That's kind of like the price you pay for accomplishing something.
Yeah. Believing in weird shit also puts you in the state to see weird shit. Therefore, it can affect you because whether or not we are dealing with anything truly real, we are dealing with things of the mind. And in the mind, everything is in its full grandeur and monstrosity. You know?
Yeah, it truly is. But yeah, so like the whole concept of like, oh, I've always like thought of that as just an awareness or just a consciousness. Yeah, but consider this. You dream, right?
Yeah.
You have a body in that dream, don't you?
Yes. Yeah, I just never thought of it as separate. I'll check that out.
Yeah, and how to put it, fetches, or aka hag bodies. They're very easy to create. You just need a dark room, a candle, and an altered state of consciousness. It's fine.
Yeah. All right, I'll check that out. You know, but yeah, it's a really all this is very weird phenomenon. You know, yeah. Happy Friday the 13th, Bronson. Like fighting off a board cube, not really. It's more like you can't. It's really hard to deliberately not know something while you also consciously know it.
It's a very hard trick to pull.
It's a very hard trick to pull off. And as Alan Watts likes to say, when you engage with this sort of thing, it is as if you have called the attention of the devil. Because who do you think the devil really is? You're always going to be observing that you're doing that, and that opens you up to the belief and the observation of synchronicity and coincidence. And those are always weird, because the weird part isn't the fact that they happen. The weird part is the fact that you noticed. You know, coincidence happens all the time. You know,
you just don't notice it.
You just don't notice it because it's not important to you. But when it becomes important because you're looking for it, even if just to ward it off, it starts to affect you. And so, the other way I like to put it is, be careful if you start to dabble in something like magic, because once you do that, you start to become part of its rules. Its rules start to fucking affect your life.
It does. It's really interesting. It's also one of those things of just like oh hey, so you're fucking around in the weird shit and you saw something. Well, guess what? Now it can see you too.
Yeah, now it sees you too. And it's weird because, like, occasionally someone will ask if, like, do I think demons are real? And I'm like, well, I think that they're real in the imagination. I don't know if they aren't something that would be, because my opinion is, I agree with the Vulcans. Nothing unreal exists. However, reality is the only word in the language that should always be used in quotes, because you don't actually know what reality is. You could get some people have a much better handle on it than others. You know, but it's really easy for one's perception of reality to become what you think reality is, and that's wrong. That is like mistaking the map for the territory itself.
Yeah, like just because, like, oh, there's this path on this map. Okay, but the path on the map doesn't equate to the totality of what's in this forest.
See, do you think the imagination is supernatural in and of itself? Yes. Yes, I do. I will argue about what the word supernatural means. But if anything is supernatural, the imagination is.
Yeah, I could agree with that. If there is anything that is supernatural, the imagination is definitely part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, because the imagination stretches a lot farther than we realize. But the medium it tends to travel through is art.
That's why the Victorians were afraid of it.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, was art, was language, pictures, music. You know, that's the way it travels. And it does so pretty fucking effectively. but it won't necessarily do it in ways you can predict. For example, in the words of Alan Moore, I couldn't have predicted that the end of V for Vendetta would actually happen in the real world. And he was right, it did. All because he wrote it. All because he wrote it down and had a guy draw pictures of it, and someone published it in a comic that got popular.
Quite literally, the reason that the Tory government of the late 80s decided to install CCTV around Britain was because someone saw it in the V for Vendetta comic.
Yeah.
So Alan Moore unwittingly kickstarted a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah. He unwittingly gave birth to Anonymous. He gave them the symbols and the form that they took. You know, not necessarily the skills of the individual members, but the gestalt, the standalone complex, if you will, of Anonymous. Let's see. My definition would be unobservable by natural means. Then we have to quibble about what natural means. Because your mind is a product of nature.
See, this is why, I don't like the word supernatural. I don't like the word supernatural because...
because it means something that... It means something that isn't natural, which is not something that can exist.
Right. Like, for instance, if ghosts are real, then they exist according to laws of nature that we don't know.
Yeah, exactly. You know, even if it's just that they are things, even if they exist in this imaginary realm that is also somehow more real than we realize, that will still somehow...
There will be some type of
natural law.
Yeah, there's some natural law dictating that. We just don't necessarily know what it is or have the... Because the problem is, empirical observation can only go so far at this current time. So
and we cannot observe our own minds working. You know, not to the degree that we can observe the parts of a computer chip working.
I can't prove that I'm self-conscious
to anyone else.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you can't prove yours to me or anyone else.
Yeah, no. You have to take it as an conundrum. Yeah, you have to take it as an article of faith.
Yeah, it's a conundrum. This is why I prefer the term paranormal. Because I'm willing to use the term paranormal because I'm like, oh yeah, things that are outside of people's normative experiences.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
So if that definition is your definition of supernatural, then yeah, the imagination is absolutely paranormal in and of itself.
Yeah.
You know, absolutely. No argument there. You know, and sometimes the imagination leaks into the real world in very, 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 very unpredictable ways. You know, I love what Alan Moore said about the first episode of Black Mirror. You know, he's like, well, if the man who wrote that episode didn't want politicians to be fucking pigs, maybe he shouldn't have wrote about it.
The man has a point.
Yeah, well, that's that whole, that's the source of that whole superstition of, why would you put that out in the air?
Because it happens all the time.
Yeah, because it happens all the time. Someone says it, that means, now it's a possibility. It was unspoken before, but it might have been a possibility anyway, and you just didn't know. So did you make it happen, or did you just recognize it? Is there a relationship between the two things?
Is it enough? Is it enough that you just put it far enough out into the collective thought space that somewhere it gained traction and a fucked up thing happened?
Yeah.
What is the correlation?
Yeah. Is there correlation? Is there correlation? Is there causation? We don't really know.
That's what's
And
frightening about it.
yeah. That is what's frightening about it. Like it's what people are afraid of with art. You are afraid that someone else's imagination is going to infect yours, but and therefore make it real. Which, when you think about it, is a reasonable fear. The problem is that it's an impractical one. It's not that that doesn't happen, it's that to be afraid of it makes you more vulnerable to it. Because now you just don't, you're just refusing to see it. You can't guard against invaders that are invisible.
Somewhere between Terence McKenna and Mage the Ascension, the truth exists.
Something.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Terence McKenna is one of my favorites because he's just a nerdy little hippie guy, but not so hippie.
Yeah, I have to agree with that little like 1 hour like pseudo doc that Atun Shea made about Terence McKenna, where he was like, Terence McKenna, essentially materially not entirely on the money. Spiritually, he was very right.
Oh yeah.
Spiritually, he was, and philosophically, he was very correct about a lot of things.
Yeah. Like we know, for example, that it there are a couple of really key changes of perspective that start to bring the discussion of what magic and the esoteric actually is into better focus. One being, a lot of them are actually talking about something real that is experiential. Whether or not it is real in the physical world,
mm-hmm.
the experience is real. And once you start wrapping your mind around that, things start to get clearer about what all these texts are doing and what is going on.
It really is a thing of, and it really is a thing of, you can study these texts and these ideas sitting in a chair with books and pens and note paper all you fucking want, but legitimately, until you say, okay, I'm doing the ritual,
yeah,
you're not actually gonna get it.
Yeah. Definitely. But the thing that's weird is how many permutations on those rituals exist.
Oh yeah. I don't trust anyone who completely does a ritual bias by the set text.
Yeah, because like that's using a recipe, not being a chef. And you need to be being a chef.
Yeah.
Will the ritual help you get there? Yes, it will help you. But the frustrating thing is that it can't get you over that final hurdle.
I'm actually gonna take advice here that John gave me a while back.
Yeah.
To be able to say, and I'm gonna take a step and openly say this to everyone watching, everyone here. If you can't improvise If you cannot improvise, if you cannot go according to the ecstatic creative flow in that moment, if that is a skill that escapes you, you can never do magic.
Yeah.
I'm just going to tell you that right now.
Yeah.
If that is a thing that escapes you, if that is something you can't be able to do, if you can't take the concept of, like, let's say a ritual and make it entirely your own and go with like the flow of whatever is happening, you're never going to be a magician.
Yes. Just like if you can't do those things, you will never be an artist.
Exactly.
You know, because those two things are intrinsically linked. You know, they aren't necessarily completely the same thing, but they are very, very linked. You know, to the point where a lot of discussion of magic is talking about being a creative person. You know, as I love to point out, you know, in the West, we have the magic wand that makes things real and, you know, words and gestures. And I'm always like, yeah, right here. The pen, the brush.
If you can't use it, then you can't do shit.
Yeah. You know, because it is all about, like art, it's all about using language, image, sound, you know, and it creates an aesthetic experience. Now, some people take that a little too far and say stupid shit like the Hermetics, you know, which is, you know, if you have sex, you lose your magical power. No. There are some artists who also believe that if they start having sex regularly, they lose creativity. No, that's not true. That's not true at all.
Like it's weird, right? Because it is true in the sense that it's true for their methodology of how they're engaging with it. It's not an absolute.
No, there are very few absolutes. There are no absolutes when it comes to the imagination. Why would there be for any of the other things that come out of that realm?
Actually, I think that there is actually just one particular absolute when it comes to the imagination.
Which is?
For whatever the imagination is trying to do, for whatever aim it's pointing at, for it to work, it has to, for the time that it's happening, work within its own internal logic.
Yeah, because otherwise it's formless, and if it's formless, it can be anything. Yeah, it can't coalesce.
Exactly.
You know,
that's like the closest to an absolutism about imagination I think that exists.
Well, yeah, I think that's true. Oh man, it's kind of funny. I was watching some Alan Moore videos and on stream when you weren't here, and I was commenting on how huge his joints are. His joints are gigantic.
He does have that knobbly northerner quality.
Yeah. They're like fucking that long, and I'm like, dude, that's a lot for a joint.
Well, you know, because he's actually just Merlin hiding.
Yeah.
That's who Alan Moore is. He's actually been around since the 12th century.
You know.
Though actually, I am gonna, if you don't mind me making the suggestion, I think we can bring John in on at this point, because like
sure.
It's weird. Him and I have been like recently talking a lot of politics and magic at the same time, so it has, like, the conversations have gone weirdly fun in that direction. So He's more than capable to do
and I agree, Doom Bloomers. The penis is mightier than the sword. So is the vagina.
The vagina is mightier than many things.
Uh-huh. And as I like to say, upon the realization that Babylon is not just a love goddess, but also a war goddess, and trying to resolve those two things, I figured it out. It's because love conquers all. So therefore, to conquer, one must be a warrior, right?
Well, remember, love is the law.
Love is the law.
Love under will.
Will. I actually prefer to say love guided by will. You know, because under always to me sounded a little too hierarchical.
Well, Crowley was also kind of full of shit, but
well, he loved his hierarchies, man.
He did.
He loved his hierarchies. He tried to make. Although I'm always fascinated.
He was a white British man. Of course, he loved hierarchy.
Yeah, yeah. They practically invented those things. But one of the things that I love about Crowley, which I think is so funny, which is we're talking about making things real, right? Mm-hmm. So most magicians don't go this route, but he tried to prove that magic was real mathematically.
I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying that...
But man, is that a long way around the barn.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm saying that you need a lot of cocaine. You need a lot of cocaine.
Oh, yeah, you need Jekyll and Hyde levels of cocaine.
And,
and that's funny enough.
That's why he died.
Yeah. He died of a heart attack,
mm-hmm.
which was probably because his heart had been weakened from the amount of fucking cocaine he had done when he was much younger. You know, he did live pretty long though.
Crowley, yeah.
You know,
he ended up becoming a decrepit flesh balloon. Yeah.
Okay, so John, send us a message. I'll give you the thing. While we wait for that to happen, I'm gonna refill my coffee cup and attend to whatever the kitty needs. Because kitty needs out. Hello.
Open the door, human.
Little slug of furry shadow. Okay.
Yee. John, economics is the strongest and oldest of magics. Yes. God, that's why it's so hard to fight. It is an ancient enemy. Oh, God. Oh, sleepy kitty. My cat's just parked on the bed, just knocked the fuck out on his special fleece blanket. Let's see, what do we got here? Okay, but then is there functionally any real difference between magic and physics we just don't understand yet? Magic is connected to consciousness. So what I'm going to say is that if magic is real in the sense that it has whether or not magic is only real in the sense that it affects our personal world of consciousness, or whether we can use it to affect the consciousness of others and therefore the reality of others, regardless of in what degree to which that is real and existent, I would say that magic is the metaphysical mechanics of consciousness itself. And I'm personally someone who is putting my I'm putting my apples in the basket of quantum consciousness. I believe eventually we're going to find that consciousness is not a byproduct of the biological computer that is the brain. But I personally put my apples in the basket of we're going to find that consciousness is a quantum field of existence. So if consciousness is a quantum field of existence, then I would say that magic, however real that is the metaphysics of consciousness and how to direct and shift and change it.
Yeah, I would agree. But
Yeah.
I mean, granted, there are a lot of caveats on that.
Oh yeah,
There's a lot of
yeah.
caveats in that statement, but still.
No, absolutely. Hey Yogi, would you ever bring Apollo with you to visit Shaq so that he could have a
That's a 3,000-mile trip for a cat. That's a bit much.
Yeah, I don't want to have to knock out my cat for an airplane ride.
Yeah, like if we lived closer together, like sure. But yeah,
Like,
we gotta think about the satisfaction of the kitty. Also, Gomez's a bit of a son of a bitch. It takes him a long time to he will warm up to things, but it takes him a while.
And I don't know how else to say it. I lucked out. My boy is a sweet little ball of sunshine. And I feel that other cats who are a bit of sons of bitches could easily fuck with him.
I gotta stop fixating on certain things. I gotta stop fixating on certain things. You know why? Because it ain't gonna make my package arrive any faster. That's why. Sons of bitches. Sons of bitches. All right, let's see how this shakes out. All right, I gotta readjust our... Whoa. What the hell's going on there? Oh, no, it's working. It's working. We're good. We're good. Let me just...
Twand.
Well, hello. Am I on screen yet? Can people see me?
They can kind of see you, not entirely. All right. We are now
witnessing the power of
witnessing the power of the internet. All right. There we go.
In
they can
name
see
of
you
all
now.
that is evil, I command you to awaken and make me a sandwich.
That reminds me, I've been rewatching Adventure Bros.
Chicken foot! You're not a monster! You're just stupid!
Dr. Venture, what did you power this with? Orphan heart. I'm sorry, what?
What?
The heart of an orphan.
It's like it's fueled by the heart of a forsaken child.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, when you say it that way,
it sounds bad.
I love how I just woke up the cat and he just looked at me with an expression that said, "The fuck is wrong with you? Why are you screaming?" Oh. I do love that scene, John, in that fucking episode where he's like, you know, he has like the glow hands and he's reading the machine. It's like the machine, it has your family wrapped within it. It craves them. It is hungry for purity. The machine desires purity. What the hell is this thing made of?
Boy, let me tell you, that show ages in ways.
I mean,
and it's never quite bad.
It's never quite bad, but it's very like, ooh, right, that was made in the mid-2000s.
Yeah.
Though to be fair, like when the rednecks started like calling is it Dr. Orpheus or fuck? Yeah, when they start calling Dr. Orpheus the F slur, fuck it, we're all cool here. When they start calling him a faggot, and then they just get exploded. Genius.
Pumpkin, fetch me my cloak. Well, why don't you wear the... All right, fine. Bring me my blue windbreaker. I kind of identify with Dr. Orpheus a lot, honestly.
Actually, sometimes you come off a little more like the alchemist sometimes.
Yeah, no, that's also fair. That's also fair. It's like...
Wait, hold on. Wait, are you guys Nazis? No. What?
It's like... you know what? No, there is that moment, isn't there, with like the three of them where it's like, oh, you never cared about this anyway, and the alchemist is just like, no, I care about the future of mankind. I care about the true nature of the spirit of the divine. Not this running around with underwear outside, namby-pamby
running
crap.
around like a magical superhero is completely gay. And I willingly have sex with men.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I was like, no offense, Hurricane Maddie. It's just, boy, we've had some fucking, some great chatters.
Oh, we've had, yeah. There have been moments.
We've been infiltrated a couple times.
Oh yeah. It happens. Nazis still really believe in magic. We'll put it that way, and that becomes a problem.
Boy, do they!
Whoa, yeah.
Because fascism requires, and I'm not saying this anyway towards anyone out here.
Oh no, it requires magical thinking.
Yeah, it does. Like, because it's like everything about
which is why it's why I keep saying to other leftists who think I'm crazy and not being a real leftist because I still have spiritual practices. I'm like, look, I love how John's just like, they need to keep their fucking mouth shut.
No, I'll say it as the resident godless heathen. Shut the fuck up.
I know. Like when people say that shit to me, I'm just like, you realize I'm not saying that you guys shouldn't attempt to fight shit with logic and reason. I'm not saying that. I am, however, also saying that you realize it's really easy to defeat people who believe in magical thinking if you also use strategic magical thinking.
Yeah, it's much easier. Also, like,
we can fight Nazi sorcerers with internet magic. We can do that.
Yes. Well, the other thing is this, in my opinion, where I'm like, well, if we're talking about like the power of empathy and reason to create a greater society, that's a spirituality in and of itself.
Mm-hmm.
That's a belief. That's a faith.
Yeah. No, fucking currency is a faith.
Faith in humanity is still a faith.
Yeah.
Like currency is a faith. Like
money is a faith. Yeah.
This thing I have, it has a value that all agree on.
Yeah. It has value. And what is that value? It's worth this many sheepskins. Why? Because we say it does.
It does.
Because you can trade your sheepskins in for this piece of paper.
Yeah,
but
because
why?
it used to be represented by gold, and then we didn't want to carry the gold around anymore, so we created pieces of paper that represented the gold, so we didn't have to move the gold around, and then we just kind of stuck with it. And then we made credit, which, whoa, that was an invention.
That fucked a lot up. Yeah. That really fucked a lot up.
And then in the 80s, our most magical of presidents, Ronald Reagan, created the credit score. And 3 generations of owning shit.
Ronald Reagan was. I honestly think that Ronald Reagan was
the
the
credit
darkest.
score is younger than I am.
Ronald Reagan, I believe, was actually the darkest sorcerer we've ever had as president.
I would agree. Agree. No, Nixon was a crook.
Oh, Nixon was like Sauron. He surrounded himself with fucking lackeys that fed his power, but generally he kind of did his
I would say Saruman. I don't believe that he was the source of the evil. However, he was he served it.
He served an evil. He truly did.
Like we're talking about a man who fucking fucked over a peace agreement so that he could manipulate an election.
Yep.
Fuck that guy.
Can we talk about the fact that Richard Nixon is unanimously across the board? Most people agree he was a horrible piece of shit.
No. Nancy Reagan wasn't a succubus. She was a hag. She was always a hag.
But
she was a hag with like impeccable throat game.
I really wish I didn't know that about her.
Oh, apparently Nancy Reagan was the goat throat. Was the throat goat, excuse me.
Much like I never needed to know that like Dwight D. Eisenhower was overtly endowed.
Oh, so was Lyndon B. Johnson.
So was LBJ.
I didn't need to know these things, and yet
Jumbo.
Yeah, that shit's crazy. That shit's crazy.
You know how much of a power move it is to whip your cock out in the middle of a fucking like dignitary like meeting, like cabinet meeting? All right, boys, that's what we're gonna do.
but also nail it.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's LBJ.
He nailed that fucking meeting. He did. It was crazy as shit. But and hey, John, with what we were talking about much earlier, what I was gonna tell you earlier was the comment of like, kids, if you'll turn your textbooks to chapter 12, we'll talk about how the LOL meme affected the economic policy of the early 2000s.
See, what about Andrew Jackson? How does he fit in? Oh, you mean our greatest genocidal president?
Yeah, no, the guy that inspired Hitler.
Yeah, that's fucked.
Yeah.
That's really fucked, guys.
Yeah.
Everything's really fucked.
Racism.
Yeah. Let me put it this way. I wouldn't want to be... Andrew Jackson wouldn't want to be a Native American under his watch. Let me tell you. Holy crap.
Well, you're Chinese, so you would also have been fucked by Andrew Jackson.
Well, I would have been fucked, but like not as bad.
Andrew Jackson would be afraid that I was going to steal his horse and put a curse on him.
Mm-hmm.
It's true.
I believe that man believed in witches.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, he did? Oh, okay, cool. See, I was right.
Have you ever heard of the Bell Witch?
He literally marched a battalion. He literally marched a battalion of people to the Bell home to stay there overnight.
Oh, can I tell this story?
Well, yeah, it's from your neck of the woods.
It's like it's like 30 minutes down the road from my hometown. All right, so Andrew Jackson hears about the Bell Witch, and he goes, "I'm old Hickory. It ain't shit gonna scare me." So he goes to the Bell. Yeah, so he goes to the Bell Mansion. And I think they had a seance, I want to say. They were like, because this is during the time, like this is during the height of spiritualism and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Reading a Ouija board was like playing pinochle. So kind of is. And apparently they summoned they're doing like the fucking seance shit. All of a sudden, through the window breaks through the Bell Witch, scares the ever-loving shit out of Andrew Jackson. He runs out of the fucking Bell Mansion like within like 10 minutes. Like he sees this thing come in and just bolts, leaves everyone else behind. Good old Hickory Andrew Jackson.
And he later would say that he would rather fight the entire British Navy single-handed than spend one more night in the Bell homestead.
Yep.
Also, something funny was that, like, so this was, because you have to remember, this was, like, during when, like, the Bell Witch shit was actually happening.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, like, this was, like, during, like, Westward Expansion. Like, this is when all this shit was happening. So there's also a thing where Andrew Jackson and his men, while they were riding towards the Bell homestead, as they were, like, getting close to the property, one of his men started gloating about how he had a bunch of silver bullets in his musket and he was going to shoot that fucking witch if he saw her. And then suddenly the cart stopped moving and the horses wouldn't go any further.
Yeah, because they knew. They were like, oh, shit, no.
And like no. Literally, and then like the men tried to push the cart and like the wheels wouldn't move. The cart wouldn't fucking move. And Andrew Jackson forced his soldier to verbally apologize to the witch. And after he did, the horses and carts started moving again.
Oh my god.
It's one of these weird things where, like, the shit with the Bell Witch is so interesting because it's so highly documented.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because there were enough people who were like, I don't know what the fuck this is, but something weird going on.
Might have been bullshit. Might have just been a really ugly old lady living out in the fucking, like, in the woods. Who the fuck knows? Like...
whatever you do with the Bell Witch, do not attempt to repossess her home.
No.
That's a bad idea.
Don't pick up stones and bring them home. Don't do that.
Don't do any of that shit. Put it back.
Don't do that shit.
You know, put it back. Will that help? It can't hurt.
It will make things a little bit better.
Yeah. You know, like how many tumors on your testicle do you want? Would you rather have 1 or 5? Those are your options.
I personally, John, if you're someone who's like, because it's local lore for you, like if you've actually like looked into like the Bell Witch stories and shit like that, I believe that whether the Bell Witch was actually a spiritual entity or whether it was a person fucking with John Bell, either way, I believe that Kate Batts had something to do with that shit.
Oh, absolutely.
She had something.
Absolutely.
She had something to do with that shit. I'm like, okay, either she was actually a witch and sent a fucking spirit after this family, or she conspired with the wife to fuck with the husband. Either way, she had something to do with it.
John Bell was a real bastard. By all accounts.
He was.
Oh yeah.
Like real son of a bitch, and deserved every bit of what he caught because of him being a son of a bitch. I've done some research.
He got excommunicated from his church for being son of a bitch.
And do you know how hard it is to get Baptists to fucking turn you away? Shit.
Yeah.
They take everybody.
Yeah,
you could be smoking fucking. You could be fucking shooting up smack on the fucking church steps, and they'll guide you into a fucking pew.
Yep.
Because you might have.
As long as you don't deny the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, you just have to be like, I have sinned.
I have sinned, my Lord. Oh, Jimmy Swagger.
Never heard the story of the Bell Witch? Cat Girl, look it up. It's fucking wild.
It's pretty wild. You know, it does have that beautiful. Well, you could either believe there's a witch or that 2 women were just sort of like, we got to do something about this motherfucker. You know?
And like, it was during a time where you could kind of get away with like, oh yeah, we'll do like a little seance, and oh no, a witch is here. What first? You have to leave, John.
Yeah, John Bell, fucking that man was unraveled.
I do find it hard to explain the notion of when John Bell was laying dead in his bed, and the doctors, surgeons, and local constable, as well as his entire family, were all in his room. Everyone heard a disembodied voice laughing and said, I fixed his medicine last night. He went down in that bed and he'll never get up from it again. That's one of those things where it's like, okay,
something's conspiring to do something.
Yeah, I will say this. I've read enough. Like, the fact that got into court record, that experience that was had by several officials as well as the entire family at the same time made it to court record. I'm like, okay, I'll say it this way. I believe that they heard a voice saying that. Whether it was an actual disembodied voice, or Kate Batts was hiding in the fucking attic, I don't know. But it was one of those two things.
Yeah,
listen, a wife can be wearing a veil and be able to throw her fucking voice.
Yeah. No, fucking exactly. I believe they heard somebody say it.
Yeah. Yeah, who's John Bell? Oh, okay. John Bell is mainly famous because of what has become known as the Bell Witch, a witch that's named after him. Mm-hmm. Because the witch is apparently responsible for his death and complete undoing. He was one of those, like, he was a rich man, had a lot of power. And over
wealthy pioneering family.
Yeah. And over the course of a year, after
the
haunting starts, his whole life becomes undone in front of him. Like, family dies, people disown him, he loses all his money, like, he loses all of his social standing.
Children die.
Yeah, all this stuff. And he continuously blames the Bell Witch, and there's an investigation into his death, which is what John referenced, which is in court proceedings, United States court proceedings. So the reason we know all this is because this is all stuff that came out of all stories and stuff that came out of court records, where it's one of the few times witchcraft was actually brought into evidence.
And of course, it had to be my fucking home state or former home state.
Yeah.
Hell, I'll tell
Tennessee.
You what, that had to be a witch right there. She just plumb knocked his ass out and planted him in the damn grave. I tell you what.
Yeah.
It had to be witchcraft.
Yeah, all because he tried to steal this one woman's house.
Yeah, like typical landowner bullshit. Like, it's like, I found this old woman out on land I'm supposedly owning. She has a small hut. Get the fuck out. And then his whole life came unraveled.
Yeah. Because she wanders into town, goes in front of his house, and like puts a hex on him.
Well, because
publicly.
Because who this old woman is the neighbor Kate Batts. Matriarch of the Batts family. Now, Kate Batts's husband, who made considerably less. The Batts family had considerably less money than the Bell family. They were considerably less successful. And
they were probably sharecroppers by most.
Probably, yeah.
By most research.
And first of all, people already suspected Kate Batts of practicing witchcraft because while she did go to church, she didn't like the church.
She was what they called spirited.
She would openly curse in services, and she was an eccentric old woman, and she was very domineering. She would go up to people she didn't like and ask them to borrow a hat pin, and she would belliger them until they gave it to her, and then like within the week those people would fall sick. It's one of those things where it's like, I'm not saying she actually caused people to get sick. I would not be surprised if she was asking for hat pins to try to curse people. Because it does seem like she might have actually practiced folk magic. Like, by all accounts, there's a high possibility.
I was gonna say, what is folk magic if not just knowing what certain things make you sick and what certain things don't make you sick?
No, exactly. Like, by all accounts, it's very likely that she did this. And so her husband had dealings with the Bats family. I'm sorry, with the Bell family. And John Bell shystered Mr. Bats out of money several times, leading to him eventually having a stroke.
Yes.
And Kate Batts blamed John Bell for all of this. And she fucking cursed the man. Supposedly, when the spirit started attacking the Bell family, and they became convinced that this was not a ghost, but this was like a witch's spirit, that this was like a demonic familiar of some kind or whatever, they asked the entity to name itself, and according to the accounts, a deep voice said, Kate.
Yeah.
And that would be Katie Batts. It's also very likely that John Bell's wife also fucking hated him.
Yeah, because he's a son of a bitch. He was a complete son of a bitch.
Yeah. It's very likely that her and Kate conspired with each other to kill this man.
To give context of why she may have hated John, she was 12 and he was 32 when they got married.
Yeah.
Which was the style at the time.
Yeah.
I know. And by all accounts, he was a belligerent man at home.
Yeah, he's very abusive.
Yeah.
You know.
And it's funny because all throughout the Bell haunting, it's interesting because you will find references to poltergeist activity that entertained and favored Mrs. Bell, and punished John Bell and the children.
Who knows? Maybe Katie had the hots for Mrs. Bell.
Could be. Could be.
Prairie lesbians is their
Prairie
lesbians. Yeah.
Prairie Lesbians is the next Chapel Roan album.
Yes.
I'm liking a new batch of celebrities. They're kind of cool. Like they got that Bjork energy of fuck you, I don't have to give you anything.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. Yes. It's about time that we got back to that. You know.
I think it's time that we as a society all agree that media, especially old media,
new media too.
I would agree to social media is bullshit too. I think we all know that now. Like literally the biggest man baby on the fucking planet owns one of the biggest social media websites.
Yeah.
Just so he can feed his ego.
Yeah. And wields it like a fucking hunt.
You can leave that site, by the way. It's easy. You just delete that shit off your phone.
Get on Blue Sky.
Get on Blue. You know what? Actually, I will say if you need another social media thing, get on Blue Sky. Whatever. If you don't, let me tell you, disconnecting from a lot of social media bullshit has made my life.
Oh, doesn't it? Doesn't it? I don't know what else. I still use it occasionally, but not to the degree I used to. You know, not by a damn sight, because there's a point at which I'm just yeah, I don't care anymore.
I have cultivated a very large and very invisible social media presence, which I wield against who I wish.
But isn't it great to to see internet fights happen and you have no fucking clue who anybody is in this internet fight?
Oh, it's great.
I wish I can't. I'm not allowed to get to that level, because in order to get to that level, I got to get Horror Guru to do the same thing.
I love Josh, and buddy, if you're watching this, hey man, you don't have to engage. I love you. It seems like it fucks you up. I get it. Film Twitter's stupid. We all know.
Oh man, it's so bad.
Film Twitter's so bad.
Especially the ones with that blue check mark beside their fucking name that they paid for.
Dude, remember when that was the sign that you were dealing with a real person? Remember? Those were the days, right?
I remember when Twitter was a legit news source.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Sure. Now it's just horseshit 24/7.
I remember.
Oh, well, yeah, because like all the Nazis came back and like it's become a Nazi bar.
Yep.
It's funny. John and I were talking earlier today, and I now admittedly I was very high.
Well, so was I.
Oh, okay, good. And I pointed out that no, I wanna actually quote myself because I don't entirely remember everything that I said.
You channeled fucking Terrence McKenna, I'll tell you that much.
I did for a little bit. It was because John was pointing out how like yeah, both Telegram and 4chan, it is simultaneous. It's weird to have like Nazis and furry porn artists on the same site and not talk to each other. You know, it's
yet not weird, right? Because there are furry Nazis.
Right.
And yeah, it's a big enough community that there's a sizable Nazi population.
Right, that's the thing. And and what I said was like, you could say that, and that's fucking wild. Can you imagine how we're going to have to include these old megalithic websites in history lessons in the future? The nuances of explaining the process of the assessment of such oddly numerous and bizarre groups of people due to the fact that they centered around hubs of sociability.
Yes.
That has affected society, and therefore that's going to be 4chan is going to be in a history lesson at one point.
Oh yeah.
Y'all want to feel fucking terrible real quick?
Oh god, sure. Fuck it. I don't need self-esteem.
There's going to be history books. There's going to be something written at some point that is going to directly point Gamergate.
Oh yeah.
To the Trump presidency.
Oh yeah.
Because there is a line.
Yeah, there is. There is because the alt-right pipeline got set up in these moments.
Yeah, like because
almost like it was a Russian psyop.
Yeah, almost.
Almost. I mean, hey. No, Jack, that's crazy.
No. It's true.
It is true. It absolutely is true.
Like, because of a board war, we had 4 years of Donald Trump and like 8 years of his threats.
And this is why John supports the technocracy and why I don't think he's entirely wrong.
I
It needs some prodding, is all I'm saying. Like,
holy crap.
That be cordoned off, and like, I'm not saying get rid of them, I'm just saying like smash them and then watch as like seriously, you kill 4chan and everyone's like, oh well, they'll just find another website. Yes, but there will be less of them.
Yeah,
and then
you make
break
them
that website up and then there'll be less of them. And
hey, if divide and conquer didn't work, we wouldn't be in the society we live in now.
It's like when people said, like, oh, well, if Fox News fires Tucker Carlson, his audience will just fucking grow by leaps and bounds when he has no one to, like, censor him.
No, because he's already got all the people he's ever going to get. There's nowhere to go but down.
Yeah, when you go from, like, interviewing actual, like states people to being on louder with Crowder and fucking Alex Jones, my brother, you have fucking fallen off the face of the earth.
Yeah.
Like,
Cat Herman in the chat's like, so Pepe the Frog will be in the history books. Good God, yes. Pepe the Frog, and how Pepe the Frog was a mimetic psyop concocted by a Russian chaos wizard.
Yeah.
Because that's a thing.
Yeah. Like all the fucking like fascist shit. He hijacked something that was already in play. It was already in existence. Because that's always the move. That's always what they do. Hence the swastika.
Yeah.
You know, they have no symbols of their own.
Yeah, no, like I love when people talk about fascist art. There is no such thing. They wouldn't be fascist if they could do art. Hitler. If Hitler had been a better painter, we probably would have never had the Holocaust. But he was a terrible fucking painter because he's a fucking fascist.
More, I would like to qualify that as someone who has seen his paintings. I would like to qualify. Yeah, no. As someone who's qualified his paintings and been to art school, I would like to qualify with Hitler was a brilliant technical painter.
Yes.
He was not an artist.
He was the Thomas Kincaid of the 30s and 40s.
In a way. Well, if Thomas Kincaid only did like buildings.
If en masse printing of paintings were more accessible in Germany in the 20s and 30s, Hitler would have cornered the market on German hotel lobby art.
Yeah, I mean, like,
yeah,
because it's technically skilled, no soul.
Yeah,
no soul.
yeah.
Which is why you can't do art and be a fascist. Oh, he's technically gifted, yeah, but he doesn't know why he's making those paint strokes because he doesn't understand empathy and the human.
No. He just wanted the cachet of being an artist. That's why he settled for dictator.
It's true.
Yeah.
You know, it's like the guy who was trying to beat the guy who was trying to create the airplane, and then two dudes like out in the middle of North Carolina near Kitty Hawk fucking beat him to the punch.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and so he just quit because he didn't care about heavier than air flight. He didn't care about air flight. He didn't care about aerodynamics. He was just an asshole. He was just an asshole with a degree.
Guys, this is what influencers before the internet is.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. They've always been around and they've always been horrible.
Oh yeah, no, totally. The influencer class has always starts out grassroots. You know, it always starts out being something good and then gets hijacked by the power structure. Always happens. Why? Because it's influence. That's what they want. So if anyone has influence, they need to get that siphoning in their direction. You know,
it's also stupid.
Oh well, it's definitely awful.
Is it
definitely awful.
Or is it just another magical system?
It is another magical system.
Oh, yeah, no, it's definitely another magical system. It's also stupid.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, it's a magical system that I hate and I despise. But now, the good thing about it is this. It always leads to the destruction of the practitioner, which I'm okay with. What I'm not okay with is the fact that there's so much collateral damage. At the end of the day, let's put it this way. An influencer will always fall to their own hubris. It will happen. It always happens. It happened to Crowder. It happened to Walsh. They're still around, beast, right? but they are shadows of what they formerly were. Ben Shapiro is laughingstock. And every time I think about Ben Shapiro trying to stage some sort of comeback, all you have to do is imagine just this little guy with his voice going like this, trying to get on top. They're just trying to keep me down. And all of a sudden,
I don't even have to go that far.
Seriously.
I don't even have to go that far, because like I know if I ever met Ben Shapiro in real life, I know exactly what I would say to this man.
You are too small to be talking to me in this way.
No, I wouldn't go there.
How dare you speak to me? You know?
Dare you look upon divinity and speak to it, you horrible little goblin man.
What evil witch put your soul inside a ventriloquist dummy's body?
No, I think I would literally just like monotone. I would just stare at him and be like, macaroni in a pot. That's some wood ass pussy.
Oh, well, probably what I would say is, why don't you just crawl back up your cousin's ass?
He looks like if I were to cast a person to play Pinocchio in the Fables comic series, Ben Shapiro would be number 1 on my list. He even has the fucking personality of Pinocchio.
Yeah, he does. He does. Well, I mean, like, let's be honest here. Like, I know Ben Shapiro is. He's a guy who's mad that his cousin got all the attention because she had talent.
Well, Ben Shapiro is what happens when a real boy wishes really hard and gets his wish of becoming a wooden puppet.
Him and Jimmy Carr.
I still am delighted. Speaking of these like grifters and shit, I am still so happy that roaming millennial is looking at prison.
Boy, isn't that just good news? Dr. Disrespect is like found out to be a pedophile and nobody wants to watch him anymore. It's great.
The funny thing is when that came out, I was like, well, no shit.
Every so often the universe throws you a freebie.
Yeah, it's like that guy. It's like that animator guy. When you look at Dr. Disrespect, and it's like that animator guy, which is like, this guy turned out to be a pedophile. And I'm like, he looked it. You know?
He didn't pass the ick test.
Yeah. Just look at the guy and you're like, ugh. What the fuck?
Maybe it's just me, but my fucking ick meter has been like undefeated for a very long time.
It's very interesting to me that there are people that embody that just their entire being, when you look at them, it very much embodies the emotion of, ugh. What's that?
Yeah.
What's that, brother?
What's that?
Because like when Dr. Disrespect was like big, when he was like, fucking everywhere, I was like, oh man, like
anywhere there was a high school, Dr. Disrespect would be there.
God damn it, Jack. But no, I'm talking about like when he was like at the height of his fucking popularity, I was like, that actually is a really funny gimmick. And then I started slowly realizing, oh shit,
that ain't no gimmick.
This ain't no gimmick.
That's him. That's
Wait,
him. That's his raw id.
Like Jack can put on Count Jackula and take off Count Jackula.
I can take off the part that wasn't just me.
Right. Well, but you know how to like you're not as much of a fucking dork as Jackula is at times.
As soon as I'm not on this camera anymore, I just jump out of the skin.
Yeah.
Well,
the difference was I never wanted. I don't mind being Count Jackula, right. But I always have to be more than him. Like I know I'm more than that guy.
Well, yeah, because he's a persona.
Yeah, he's a persona. Like, and a persona can never be greater than the whole person. You know,
like
Count Jackula kicks babies. You know, I'm not gonna kick a baby.
Jack kicks babies so long as there's no one around.
You know,
God damn it! Don't kick the baby.
Yeah, don't kick the baby. Plus, like, my thing was always, I would rather make people laugh than just be an awful person. Because if I'm an awful person, then everything that I really want in life all of a sudden is unattainable. You know, love is unattainable to an awful person.
Yeah. And that's the reason why these fuckers are so, like, hateful. And unlikable. Is because, like, after listening to, like, over probably legitimately, like, 500 episodes plus of InfoWars, I feel like I could safely say I understand the right-wing grift more than anyone else, except for the people that do that show.
Really?
I genuinely, I do. So far,
it's rather transparent once you look at it long enough. Actually,
yeah,
it's pretty.
Because you do it for two reasons, and this kind of connects with the influencer thing. You do it for two reasons. You either do it because you truly believe in the shit you're saying, and that's like the Nick Fuentes's, the fucking the Nick Fuentes's, the Stephen Millers, like Gordon Gordon Liddy fucks, or, and this one's actually the more popular one, you're doing it because it pays the bills, and then you get addicted to that shit.
Yeah.
And like that's where Alex Jones sits. That's where Steven Crowder sits. That's where Tucker Carlson sits. Like, it's not about the belief. It's about convincing you. No, the My Pillow guy is a true believer, in my opinion.
Oh yeah. No, he is.
No, he is.
You're not that type of crazy without really believing, because he does it to no benefit to himself. He's stupid.
To a detriment to himself.
Yeah. He's actually he's stupid. You know.
But Alex Jones, like, if you ever watch the documentary that's on Max, it's called The Truth versus Alex Jones.
I don't think I've seen that one, actually.
You've done it. This is your Perry Mason moment.
Yes. So there's a moment in that documentary where they're in the courtroom and he is on the witness stand. And he is being questioned. He's being cross-examined by the prosecutor. And the prosecutor is asking him, like, do you believe in what you say on your show? And Alex starts gish galloping, and in the gish gallop, I swear to fucking God, Jack, you have to watch it in order to, like, because it's too crazy to believe. In the middle of the gish gallop, he starts going into a spiel about Dr. Jones Naturals, vitamins, and supplements, and about, like,
he does. He tries
on
to
the
sell
witness stand.
He's trying to sell them to the court on the witness stand.
That's when I went, like, that was like that was the confirming moment. I was like, oh, Alex may believe in some of this shit, but he doesn't believe in all of it. He's literally in it for the cash. And that's fucking
to the point where him facing,
he sold his soul to fucking mammon.
Yes.
To the point where he is willing to dedicate to that possibility while facing serious criminal charges.
Because that's all he's got. Like, he'll just do it in the middle of his fucking show. Like, not connected to anything. Not like a fucking ad break. He'll just start selling shit.
Dude, I get such whiplash when he goes into it.
It's wild.
I get such whiplash because Jack, if you've never
watched a whole episode of InfoWars.
If you've never come on down to the Alex show, there's no transition into this. He doesn't transition in and out of these states.
That's how the globalists are taking over. That's why you need Dr. Jones's supplements.
Yeah,
Yes.
no, yes,
like literally going like, Kamala Harris is gonna she's gonna take your guns and you're gonna have to hide them or you're gonna have to fight them. The answer in 1984 is 1776, and that's why I'm selling Patriot buckets so that you can prepare yourself for the oncoming. Yeah, no, it
just goes right.
Oh, are they actually called Patriot buckets?
Well, they're called Patriot. I can't remember what they're actually called, but someone out there in the world.
No,
actually, Jack, you have some.
Yes.
Also,
that's where I was getting at. Okay, so you're like, Jack, why do you have this? I didn't buy it. I didn't want it. It arrived. And now,
like a malignant tumor.
That I don't know what the fuck to do with. Technically, they arrived for Guru. I believe his family sent them.
Ew.
And
because you live in the devil's town of San Francisco.
Yeah, and somebody was worried about an EMP bomb going off, and I'm like, what?
Jack, they sell EMP shields for your car.
But
yeah. It doesn't work, right?
It doesn't matter. Well, not only does it not work, it doesn't matter. The only time an impulse would affect your car is if it was running.
Yeah.
That's the only way it affects it.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if it's running, you're probably not using that shield because you put it over your car.
I don't see your point.
Yeah, but my point is that it's completely it's either unnecessary or ain't gonna do shit because you're already in the car moving.
Well, remember,
but the good thing is this: your brakes are pneumatic.
Well, remember,
unless you're an electrical car, then maybe not.
We are talking about the man who sold tactical men's body cleaning towelettes for $14.
How is that tactical?
Because it's got camo on
it. And it's very expensive.
Are you serious?
No, Jack. It's like the people that buy
they have they're moist towelettes in a camo wrapper.
Probably. They're probably leftover dude wipes that they couldn't put.
And there's three wipes and there's three big wipes in a bag, and you have to pay $14 per wipe.
Why?
Because
someone said Patriot, and
because if you scare people enough, they will give you their money to feel safe.
And occasionally what will happen is you'll scare someone so much that they'll go and try to kill those people that you say are going to take over the world.
Or that are eating cats and dogs.
It's the same thing. No, that shit started all because people...
Oh, the guy that Alex hung up on this past week.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
What?
It doesn't okay, so there's a guy on Alex Jones' show who was talking about how he lives near Springfield and how, I don't know if they're eating cats and dogs, but my dad's disability check was late, and that's only happened that's only happened a couple of times, and this is the first time we've had to deal with it.
Huh?
And yeah, exactly, right? What do you mean it's happened a couple of times, so this is the first time you're dealing with it?
Also, how are these connected?
They're not. I think that's the answer to that. Yeah, it's like I keep telling people when it comes to conservative ideology, because now Alex Jones has become the centrist conservative ideology. I want you to fucking come to terms with that, folks. Alex Jones is now a mouthpiece of the GOP.
It's gone so
it's that
far.
It's that centrist thing.
Yes.
We're saying that the right wing has gone so far right that just looking at the Overton window of just the right wing politics, like themselves,
Alex Jones sits in the middle.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. No, he's the Trump mouthpiece.
There was this guy who called into Alex's show earlier this month. I'm sorry, last month. Who got on the phone and just straight up said, like, yeah, we're gonna have to start. I don't care what you say, Alex. We're just gonna have to grab our guns and start killing these people and these people. And we're gonna have to start doing this and this and this. And he's saying this on air. And what clearly happens is Alex hangs up on him and pretends that he hung up instead. Because Alex had a moment of realizing, shit, I can't sell that. Shit.
like that's what I'm like. What is the GOP policy?
There is none.
Name one. Exactly. All they are doing is selling stones to people and pointing at another group and saying, you can throw that rock at them if you vote for me.
Yeah.
The only people who are planning policies are the people who are on the far right, who are actually fascist, who are legitimate fascists. They are the only people who are coming up with actual strategies. And so when people are like, I don't understand how these people have infiltrated the Republican Party as much as they have, I'm like,
because they were invited?
Well, one, they were invited, but also they're the only ones making actual plans. So they have to be in charge.
Yeah, neoliberalism is dying.
Thank God.
Because well, see, you say that, right? And it's like, well, what's left? And it's like, well, hopefully progressive, like potentially socialist ideas, and out and out fascism.
Yeah.
The great conflict rears its head once again.
Yep.
I'm tired of living in interesting times.
No. We bought the ticket.
We bought the ticket. You got to go on the ride. You know, like, damn.
I'm tired of this ride, Grandpa.
Well, that's why I've got role-playing games.
That's why I have drugs and occultism.
Yes.
Speaking of role-playing games, did you see D&D just fucking not just fumble the bag, drop the bag, kick that bitch into the fucking Pacific Ocean, and then it set on fire?
I didn't know that the new version came out until I tried to buy the Monster Core Pocket Edition. And so I went to a bunch of game stores trying to get this motherfucker, which really honestly should have just been available, but it turns out these books just keep leaving the shelves because they're only $30.
Yeah. Think about that, Jack.
Yeah. Oh, I am. I'm like, I was right. Right.
So this all passed me by because I've been at work. Tell me what happened.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right.
Well, what I was gonna say is I saw that the new D&D had come out, but only at one store, and I was like, and by the time I ended my shopping trek and finally found this damn thing, I went, wait a minute. If the new D&D came out, why did I only find it at the game store in the Rich People Mall? What happened to what about all the like fucking dirt shops? You know, the ones people actually go to.
See, you said that just now, and that is an uncomfortable prelude to whatever the hell it is y'all both are about to tell me, because I can sense it's really bad.
Well, this one happened very recently. Apparently, Chris Koch, living up to his surname, came out and said that Wizards of the Coast is using AI for art and writing for both D&D and Magic the Gathering, and that they've already implemented it already without letting us know. And I just...
Oh,
No, Jack, no. Think about it. At the end of 5e, at the end of a great D&D edition, what comes after?
The bad one. The bad edition.
Which means
third-party publishers generally suffer.
But other fucking game systems begin to have their boom period.
Yeah.
Oh, actually,
yeah.
You might be timing your shit just right.
Yeah. I could be. You know,
because
well,
like,
then.
indeed, because like think about it, when 4th edition came out, you know, because we had
4th edition created Pathfinder.
Not only did it create Pathfinder, it also created a like inroad for like people to try a bevy of other fucking systems.
Yeah,
you know, Mutants Masterminds, Savage Worlds, fucking World of Darkness. But though at that point,
World of Darkness has been on the serious decline for since like the early 2000s.
See, this is such sad information, because I was so happy about the Mexican orcs.
Yo, that shit's cool, right?
I was so happy. That shit's fucking awesome.
Mexican orcs?
Oh, dude, all the Chicano nerds are losing their shit.
Yeah, so like apparently one of the new 5.5 or 6th edition, who the fuck cares?
5.5.
Apparently they like pulled back from the Mongol like inspiration of orcs and like pushed forward on Chicano and Latino and like South American. Jack,
unless you're Shadowrun, don't do that.
No, Jack, it looks awesome.
Oh, really?
Look it up right now. Go look up Mexican orcs right the fuck now. Go look at it.
Okay, all right. I'm taking it under advisement. Mexican orcs.
The art alone is fantastic.
But what?
Yeah, you will see Danny Trejo as an orc.
Damn.
It's fucking great.
It's cool, right?
Now includes Mexican orcs. Okay.
It's funny. I've seen, like, literally the minute it happened.
Actually, yeah, that does look pretty cool.
See, the minute it happened, I just saw a bunch of TikToks from Chicano nerds, like, doing the whole thing of, like, it's like, white people saying, like, don't you think it's racist? And then they come in and be like, shut the fuck up!
No, like, I don't know how to say
give us this!
I don't know how to say it, but most Hispanic people are totally cool with shit like Speedy Gonzalez.
Yeah, because Speedy Gonzalez is a clever hero.
He kicks ass, Like, he kicks ass to the point where it's kind of annoying,
He kicks ass, he always gets one over on the gringo, and he always gets the girl.
Yeah.
He's a folk hero.
I just saw a Jaguar Warrior orc, and that shit rocks.
Okay, all right. So this is like something good that D&D is doing.
Yes.
Yeah. But boy, does it not outweigh the bad.
It doesn't. But hence why I said, "Oh, that's so disappointing," because this was so cool.
Because like now with you go to like wizardsdnd.com or wherever the Dungeons and Dragons original website is, it'll just take you to D&D Beyond. They took away a la carte pricing on D&D Beyond, so you can't just buy the shit you want to use. You have to buy the entire book now, which you don't own. Oh yeah, by the way, you don't own your fucking digital books because they can just get rid of that shit with a fucking click.
That's not. They shouldn't be allowed to do that.
I agree. But yet they get away with it. That's the reason why I like.
Is
like,
there a
that's the reason-
trade-off? Is it like buy it once but get updates forever?
No, this is Wizards of the Coast. They don't play that game.
Well, then it's not worth it.
Exactly.
This is why all the media that I truly
Those books
love,
are also
I
like
buy
$60.
physical copies.
Yeah, and as we have had this discussion before, Jack, how often do you buy that book for $60 and go like, "Boy, I got my money out of it"?
I paid. Let me put it this way: I spent $50, $60 on what I consider to be one of the best role-playing games I've ever played. That was Rogue Trader. I still feel ripped off because I'm like, I still paid $60 for that book, you know. But
now you're,
and I don't get to use it anymore.
Yeah,
you know, because they stopped. They pulled the license from Fantasy Flight.
I stole my copy from a guy I was fucking.
as you should, Yogi.
As you should.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
like, look, I spent $60, but I got 2 books, and I didn't have to spend it all at once.
Oh,
and
here's the thing, Jack.
Yeah.
You want to know the best part?
What?
You want to own those books, right? But let's say like when you run a game, you have a player who's like, look, I don't like keeping up with paper. I have shitty handwriting, or like it's a lot for me to keep up. Is there a website? And it's like, yes, there is, and it's owned by Paizo, but Paizo knows about it, and they allow them to update the rules as they change. It's called Path Builder, and they don't charge you a fucking dime for it.
Oh, let me let's check this out. Path Builder.
Isn't Wizards of the Coast the same people that hired? Yes, they hired the fucking Pinkertons. Like
character web builder.
The minute you've taken out a contract with the Pinkerton guards, you might want to rethink where you're what you're up to. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
No, I feel like at the point you get to that situation, you're already the most evil you will ever be.
Rephrase: the minute that happens, everyone who had previously supported them should look at ourselves and go, "We really want to keep doing this."
I mean, I literally went, the Pinkertons, like,
I know, right?
Pinkertons, you know, Dutch. It's the Pinkertons. Like we just had a fucking one of the best video games of all time about fucking hating the Pinkertons. You hired those bastards to come after someone for a fucking card? Ugh,
Yep.
I hate that corporation.
See, that's the thing, right? Like I feel that's really the only evidence I need to point to claim that the current existing social structure is bullshit that deserves to be pointed down. Your Honor, those are the Pinkertons. And what is your point, sir? They're allowed to exist. This is a sham. This is all pretense.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know, man. One of the things that's like just watching fucking Hasbro fuck over Wizards of the Coast is just fucking fuck that pooch over inside out. Is pissing me the fuck off.
Oh, don't let Wizards of the Coast fucking walk away without any guilt themselves. They caused this just as much as Hasbro did.
Well, Hasbro's the one that actually puts the VP in charge of Wizards in place.
But the point being,
that person's
like,
elected by the
Wizards,
board. That person's chosen by the board.
yeah. The point being here is Wizards of the Coast is kind of okay with that shit happening.
Ooh, that's no good. That's no good. Well, fuck them.
Well,
Exactly.
fuck.
And you know what I have? You know what I have to say to that? The fact that they're implementing AI into D&D and Magic the Gathering. You know what I have to say to that? If you want to continue this hobby of playing tabletop role-playing games, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of other games out on the market made by actual human beings that desperately want you to just give their system a try.
Yeah.
And you can give those people money, or you can continue giving the huge corporation that wants to replace all the artists and writers with a machine and keep giving them money.
Your choice.
Your choice.
Blaze in the Dark is really fucking cool. Call of Cthulhu is made by a small team here in Michigan. Paizo is, I don't know how they make money. It's like HBO.
Largely Pathfinder.
No, I'm talking about like how, I don't know how they make money considering like all of their rules are for free. Basically, what you're buying with the books is the setting.
People buy the books.
Old Gods of Appalachia is a wonderful game with a beautiful story behind it.
The thing that Pathfinder does this. The books are very game master friendly because they realize that in every gaming group there is one person who buys every book, and that is the game master. So if everything is usable by the game master, guess what? You know? And the thing of it is the thing of it is this. Pathfinder literally is popular enough. You know, Paizo is not as big a company as Wizards, not by a long shot. But it really has only like the one or two products. And they support them, and they're one of the few places that does the old school like RPG business strategy of making supplements. Almost no one else does. You know, like Vampire got what, 4 books? It's been out for 4 years.
Oh, don't get me fucking started on that.
You know, it's been out forever, and there are only like 4 or 5 books for it. Like, come on. Like,
I think the superior game is Wraith. But...
Wraith. You and all
12 of your friends can agree on that. I'd rather play Hunch the Hinch. That game's fake, yes, but it is much better than like 90% of the other Splat books.
Wraith is pretty bad.
Wraith is the most like
depressing.
Well,
yeah, it succeeded in being a depression simulator. I don't know how good a game. It's not a very good game though.
Look, I was a teenager. I was a scene kid. But holy shit, man.
Oh no.
Holy shit.
That thing's a depression simulator, you know, because you have to expend energy to do everything, including moving pennies. You know, so it's like, hey, do you want to know how bad it is to live with clinical depression? Hey, play a raid. There you go. Doesn't that sound fun?
All right, let's do character creation for Wraith. First off, you're going to figure out how you horribly died. And secondly, you need to figure out what unfinished business you have. Those two things to be like your guiding path throughout this entire game.
Yeah.
Am I ever allowed to not think about those things?
No. No. Like, I was actually of the opinion that what they should have done to make an actual, like, you know, game was instead of having the race just be ghosts, have the race actually be reapers. you know, and be like, all right, your job now is getting ghosts that have been out in the world for a little too long back to the underworld.
Okay, we see, Jack, what you're trying to do is you're trying to make the game fun and engaging.
Yes.
That's not what Wraith is about.
No, true enough. You know, also, what's the point of having this fantastic ghost city that you never really deal with?
I know, right?
What was the point of that? I was like, no, you need to be able to go to Stygia.
Well, if we go to Stygia, then our souls will come to rest.
But that sucks.
It does.
Don't make the most interesting part of the game the part that happens when the game's over. You know, like don't do that.
But like that was White Wolf's fucking policy at the time. I mean, shit.
It was not a good idea. Like they gave a lot of thought to what ghosts could do, but didn't give a lot of thought to what players could do.
like you know what game they should have focused energy on? The energy they had on Wraith on? Mummy the Resurrected.
Mummy.
That
Man.
That shit had like massive amounts of potential, and it was like one of the few World of Darkness like settings where like you're kind of a good guy.
Yeah. Well, like that was also back when the idea was that Vampire was going to be the main game, and like some of the other creatures would be inserted in, you know, but they would all use the same system.
And that sounds great. But the problem is that what happened is they created these other like things to interact with Vampire the Masquerade, and people are like, "Ooh, I want to fucking play that." Fuck a vampire. I want to be a street magician.
Yeah, you want to be a street magician. You want to be a werewolf, you know, like, you know, shit like that. And the thing is there's still plenty of people that would play vampires. But like the entire social construct of the game requires a level of like, you know, racial purity, and that's not just a problem conceptually, that is a problem as a game.
Again,
it's very limited. It limits you.
And again, this is yet again why in this universe of gameplay and like different like settings and shit, this is why my game is Mage the Ascension.
Yeah. Like that was one I was actually really surprised.
Yes, John, really.
Okay, I want you to point out in your fucking rule book where the rules start.
Shut up.
Oh, yeah, he's not wrong. I still love that game, but you're not wrong.
Oh, no, he's not wrong. I also don't give a shit because at the end of the day, it's fun. At the end of the day, it's fun.
I give a lot of thought to what I would have done for Mage the Ascension. And
John, I will not listen to your technocracy fucking apologetics here.
How is it fun?
Fuck the consensus.
How is it fun to have immense powers that you can never use?
See,
that's
only if you don't break the game.
That's the whole point, is to break the game, John. That actually is the point, is to break the game.
That all rules.
But
no.
What I wanted to do was I wanted to set up the game so that each of the spheres were deliberately set up to interact with each other. And you gave each other, they had effects. And your whole idea when you're making a spell is you're like, okay, I have access to these effects. Here's my spell. You know, what does matter do? Well, matter allows you to change physical reality. You know, what about energy? Well, that allows you to affect invisible, forces, invisible forces. You know, but rather than say, oh, you just concentrate on this. It's like, well, no, you just get a free dot in it. Everything else is up to you. So you're just buying, each time your sphere goes up, it just comes with a bunch of effects that you can apply to every spell.
What are, Jack, when you play mage, what are your traditions that you usually go for?
Oh, when I play a mage character?
Yeah.
Hey, Jack, when have you ever played a mage character?
I don't think I've actually ever played as a player in a mage game. I've always been the game master.
Oh.
But
I always go for.
I would probably. It would either be Son of Ether or Cult of Ecstasy. Most likely.
I always end up. Like the two main traditions that I pull with for my characters are Celestial Chorus and Sahajira, which I feel.
Which one are the Sahajira? That's a tradition I don't remember.
Oh, that's the one where it's like it's essentially chaos magic and drugs.
That sounds cool.
Yeah.
Wait, how is that not just the Cult of Ecstasy?
The Cult of Ecstasy, I believe, is a faction of the Sahajira.
Oh, okay. All right. Fair enough then.
Very well.
Yeah, but like, okay, so the other aspect I always wanted to try to implement was this, which is how I thought paradox should work. Which is rather than paradox affecting the individual, it affects the scene.
Yeah.
So every time someone gets paradox, the paradox, basically the paradox meter of the scene goes up until it finally unleashes. And you're never sure when that's going to be because you might just be pushing things too hard.
I mean, I've known people who play like that.
Yeah,
sense.
and the idea is that once it goes off, every tradition has a thing they can do to mitigate that. But you have to keep the ball moving. So, for example, you have a paradox effect. The Cultists of Ecstasy, because they have time magic, can slow that down. They cannot stop it. But they can slow it down. The Forces Mage can disperse it. But they can't get rid of it. And the whole idea is that while everything else is happening, a player always has the option of mitigating the paradox of the scene, or it hits everybody, but it's random. But the game master always tells you what it's going to be if you don't change it. It's like, if you don't change it, that baby's going to die.
Do I know that baby?
Yeah, do you care about that baby? And it's not, you cast the spell, the baby's going to die. It's, you already cast the spell. It's already going to happen. You could try to stop it, but you have to try to stop it. You can't just spend a point. You have to try, you have to do something. And of course, as part of that explosion, there could be a permanent effect that affects your character. Could be. Or you just could kill tons of innocents. Now, this hooked in to what I wanted to do with the Technocracy and the Marauders. Because the Marauders don't have mana. They have only paradox. So the more paradox that exists in the scene, the more points they can take out of it until it hits 0. Once it hits 0, the Marauders are in trouble. So they have to keep generating it. But it always naturally dissipates for them. And with the Technocracy, you better believe they cause paradox. But they personally are immune to its effects. But nothing else is. So that's basically, how much of a fucking monster do you really want to be? Yeah, your ray gun, your paradox ain't gonna affect you with your fucking disintegrator ray there. But what if it causes 9/11? Do you care? Is it worth it?
And then over
Do the
here,
ends justify the means?
and then over in the far corner, the Order of Hermes is pissing everyone off.
Yeah. Yeah, and that was basically how I wanted to set it up, which is like, hey, if you want to do any of these 3 campaigns, yeah, sure, no problem. But each one has a different moral quandary about what you have to do and whether or not you care.
I was always like, I was either like, dependent on the mood, I was either a son of ether, because like, I mean, I would love to talk about how it's like, it's like old spiritualism and no, I get a fucking blimp. That's the end all be all of it. Or I would play like a member of the New World Order.
Of course you did.
Well,
of course you did.
Well, it's okay. It's like the Department of Truth.
Blue Sun Corporation.
Yes. Look, if we let out that magic is real into the normal world, the universe will explode. And we all know this.
Push the limits. Push the limits. Push the limits. Again, Sub-Zero. Push the limits. Push the limits.
Anyways, like...
Of course, the inherent contradiction of the technocracy is any piece of technology will be put to whatever use it can be put towards.
Oh, totally. That's the reason why I love playing it. It's because, like, it in essence is an act of futility. There is no way to stop it in that world.
Yeah.
It's gonna happen.
Yeah, you cannot stop the ascension. Whatever that is.
I do love that there's a faction of the math wizards, because yes, in Mage the Ascension...
the Alibatan, yes.
Yes, because yes, in Mage the Ascension, math is magic, because of course it is.
That was good enough for the Arabians.
Yeah, exactly. I do love that there's a section of the math wizards who went like, oh no, this technocracy thing is fucked. Fuck you. We're gonna go do this, and that's why we now have steampunk wizards.
Yes,
I love that.
Like I said, I either want my blip or I want to be like, no, you can never let this out, and I will do anything in my power to make sure it doesn't get out. It's like
John, your blimp is that scene from Venture Brothers. It is that flashback scene.
Yes.
Push the chubby wizard out. See if he can fly.
Yeah.
I guess he didn't learn that spell.
Oh God, Venture Brothers. For me, once Red Death showed up, it became all about him for me. Just that whole train sequence. I'm like, good.
He just wants to have dinner with his wife and daughter, man.
Yeah. He's just a villain, but he just wants the simple things at this point in his life. He's tired of trying hard, but don't push it, because his not trying hard still extremely effective.
I think mine's still a favorite, Dr. Killinger.
It is magic murder bag.
My name is Dr. Killinger, and this is my magic murder bag.
Oh man, speaking of the magic murder bag, I got to the end.
Your ridiculous powers do nothing upon me, you silly Billy.
Silly Billy. I recently reread League of Extraordinary Gentlemen Century.
Ooh.
And
how was it?
It
was
is
better
like
than he remembered.
100 pages of Alan Moore building up to, I feel like Harry Potter is the end of traditional fiction.
I need Alan Moore to stop being right about shit.
No.
It's like he knew something we didn't, because that came out way before the whole J.K. Rowling bullshit, and he turned Harry Potter into like a fucking crazy skinhead. And I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, he knew. He fucking knew.
Yeah, look, Alan Moore, and actually, I think about it, Grant Morrison have always been right about the shit they talk about.
Yeah, in the broad strokes, they've always been right.
And now Alan gets a lot of the details more correct.
Yeah.
But Alan's a more grounded and seasoned.
Hurricane Maddie's like, as a trans woman, I agree, as you should. Like,
well, okay, let's talk about the elephant in the room about Harry Potter. Besides J.K. Rowling being a transphobic piece of shit, let's talk about that Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts.
Oh, let's not, but okay.
Hogwarts is essentially the Illuminati. It is a school that, for some reason, is like the center of the magical world and makes all the decisions for everyone else.
Yeah.
The Ministry of Magic.
Yeah, I don't like how the headmaster of a private academy. Now, don't get me wrong. It is an academy that all the wizarding children in the UK go to. So it is open to the entire wizarding populace. Fair enough.
Well, it's
but
not
I don't
all of them. There are other schools.
Well, no, in the UK, I mean.
No, there are supposed to be some others.
Not in no.
It's totally nationalistic?
Yeah, it is. There's one.
That's Britain for you. All right.
Well, no, this is J.K. Rowling's whole world building. Every country has one big magic academy.
And how does China not just rule the world?
Because they're not
Racism.
white, and J.K. Rowling can't have non-white people run the world. But
remember, the only named Chinese character was Cho Chan.
2 surnames for a full name.
Yeah, isn't that some shit?
Yeah, I caught on to that pretty quick, and I was like, wow.
And she only
fuck this world.
And she only exists for the boring white kid to fall in love with, kind of, not really.
Kind of, not really, and it goes nowhere. Wow, fuck this world. Like, yeah, I saw that movie. I got to that part in the movies, and I was like, fuck this. Fuck these movies. Fuck Harry Potter. I was right to say, I don't care for this one bit.
Well,
and it's weird so many adults got hooked into it. It's weird.
Like, okay, so I knew I was weird because, like, I wasn't that obsessed with Harry Potter when I was, like, of the time for Harry Potter. But then I realized, oh, that's right. I read more than one book series.
Mm-hmm.
I was reading Lord of the Rings and fucking Discworld around the time that shit was coming out. And, like, I thought it was okay, but it never really grabbed onto me quite like Rincewind was a character I fell in love with. Harry Potter just seemed too much like the Ubermensch.
Yeah. Yeah.
He
was the golden boy, and I am always inherently suspicious of a book that hinges upon one golden character, because I'm like, this is always somebody involved in this is a fascist, because that's the fascist wet dream.
Harry, the only reason Harry Potter has like any meaning for me is because like the first book came out when I was 11, and like me, my mom, and my little brother read them together as a family. So that's the only reason it has a resonance. It's like, oh, look, there was a positive familial memory attached to that. But when it comes to the actual like content, and
it's bad.
Yeah, when it comes to the actual thing,
it's very mid.
Yeah, when it comes to the actual thing, I don't need Harry Potter. I have real Harry Potter at home, i.e., Neil Gaiman's books of magic.
Yeah.
I have the real story at home. It's fine.
Talk about a fall from fucking grace.
Oh man, yeah.
I still don't know how to feel about that shit.
Well, it ain't good. I know that.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time that Neil's been accused of this shit. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, you know,
it's one of those weird things where it's like
He's one of those people that defends rape as a narrative device in a book.
Yeah.
Well, I could defend that as a narrative device in a story.
Right.
You know, one of my favorite movies is I Spit on Your Grave. I'd be a hypocrite if I said otherwise.
Here's the thing, though, right?
Yeah.
If you're gonna use rape, you're gonna have to treat it with the weight and clarity that it deserves. Otherwise, you're not treating it with the respect.
You're not. Yeah. Otherwise, you're not really.
Which a film like I Spit on Your Grave does.
Yeah. It's real stuck in. You know. But yeah. Like there are many times when it's just like, oh,
Neil doesn't necessarily do that.
No, but like he also. Someone asked, "What did Neil do?" Neil Gaiman has been incredibly accused of, at the very least, like sexual harassment and some forced, like maybe not sex, but definitely like forced sexual acts, if that makes sense.
He's being accused of using his station both as an employer and as a celebrity to have possibly coerced sexual actions out of women. And it's
specifically the one that that was like a nanny.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
fucked up.
Yeah.
That's fucked up. It's really weird because initially when the accusations come out, there was part of me going, the only people who are really talking about this are TERFs right now, so maybe it's because Neil's very pro-trans. And then it stopped looking like that was the entirety of it, and I was like, oh god damn it.
And then people started coming forward and like confirming them, and it's like people that are not attached to any of those movements.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the reason why you're not getting Bad Omens season 3. Sorry, kids.
Yeah. Yep. Well,
their relationship just dies now.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, Yogi. Tell me about it. It's like I get to fucking live through Our Flag Means Death all over again.
Yep.
I love the Ineffable Husbands.
I know, right? Like I think they should
love them so much.
Yeah, like the guy who wrote the Castlevania animated show. A little bit different, actually. The Warren Ellis used his position to get revenge on someone who had rejected him.
Right.
Which is also cringy.
Which is also bad. You know, Neil Gaiman is being accused of taking activities in the bedroom way too far. Is the nice way of saying it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it brings up the question of where does consent end? Or where and when did the consent end? It brings up that question.
It definitely brings up like power dynamics.
Yeah. It also brings up power dynamics, you know. Which is why it's very important for a sexually active person to for a sexually liberated person to accept that sometimes this means you're going to walk away from money, that you're going to walk away from a livelihood, because that is a very real possibility.
It was just so weird because like initially I thought like I said, the whole TERF thing. And then I was like, well, okay, maybe I was hoping maybe it was just people dogging on him for having an open marriage. And then then it turned out to not be that. And I was like, God damn it.
Yeah.
I will say, at no point did I say no, we should entirely discredit anybody.
So wait, did Neil actually rape a person? That's what's in question.
Yeah,
he definitely got way too close.
Yeah, like
whether did he cross over? That's hard to say. But did he get closer than he should have? Yeah, absolutely.
It's the reason why we're talking about power dynamics, because like Neil basically used his position as an employer to get sexual favors. Now, whether that was done with consent or not, like
it's inappropriate.
It's inappropriate. Like, you shouldn't get someone that, when you're in a position of power, when you have the ability to take away someone's livelihood, you can't play the consent game anymore, at least in my opinion. A boss should not be able to be in a relationship with someone that they personally that they personally keep employed, because some people will not be able to say no because they have to pay their mortgage or their fucking car note or feed their kid.
Yeah.
That's where,
so that's the dark gray area we're operating in when it comes to Neil. Yeah, not great.
I'm very disappointed.
Yeah.
I'm sick and tired of I'm sick and tired of people I thought weren't shitheads becoming shitheads very quickly.
Yeah.
Dave Grohl,
Oh, Dave Grohl?
Okay, well, first off, Dave Grohl recently had a child out of wedlock.
He's a cheater. About. Okay.
Yeah. Well, and then, that comes out, and then assholes like me pop up and go, actually, that's like the tip of the fucking iceberg. Dave Grohl back in the 90s was an AIDS, put a lot of money in AIDS denial, and may have convinced Kurt Cobain that they should never transition.
Which may have led to Kurt Cobain's suicide.
You think?
Yeah. Yeah, you know.
I had wondered about Kurt.
As a non-cis person, yes, I do think it led to the suicide. I do.
Because what's terrible about gender dysphoria there, Yogi? It fucking eats you day and night.
Never being able to fucking do anything about it. That's the fucking sucks about it.
Who's Dave Grohl? Oh, the front man for the Foo Fighters. Also the lead guitarist for Nirvana, I believe. Or was he the bassist?
He was the drummer.
He's the drummer. Yeah, he's a drummer in Nirvana. Also one of the songwriters.
Yeah. I have a friend who has top surgery, has is on T, has fully medically transitioned, and they still have gender dysphoria sometimes.
It sucks.
Yeah. So to have someone you consider a friend or even a brother by some tales to be denied even the basis to shit like that really hurts.
Yeah. Well,
which me and Jack can't really. We can empathize with.
We can empathize, but we're cisgendered, so no matter what I do with my gender performance, there is no question in my mind what gender I am. One of the fortunate ones that way. Because I can't imagine. It's hard to imagine living with that discomfort because the thought itself is uncomfortable.
I spend so much money and time on facial hair removal. It's not even funny. It's not even fun. It's the sick joke of it, right? Because rest of my if you've hung out with me in person, you know this. The rest of my physical body, smooth as a fucking seal. Not a goddamn thing. my natural levels of testosterone are so low that the body hair is practically non-existent, except
on your face.
Except the genes were like, no, the shit on the face and the head, that's gonna come in thick and dark. I'm like, God damn
it. And like, and then you go through that and you're like, God damn it, Dave Grohl's been an asshole forever. And I think it's something about getting your 100th million dollar that you just like instantly
become a shithill.
Like they're like, and there's $100 million. Oh, thank you so much. All right, now you got to pick one: pedophile, rapist, or murderer. What the fuck? You got to pick one.
I mean, Nazi is a fourth option back here, but it's not. Well, it's kind of getting popular. Yeah, you might want to.
Yeah, Kurt didn't have a chance, did he? No, he really didn't.
No,
really
Kurt
didn't.
was born 20 years too late, too early.
Yeah,
yeah.
Man, that's really too bad.
It is, isn't it? It's like, just like, I don't like Nirvana because
I only kind of like them peripherally, like.
But I find Kurt Cobain so fascinating and so.
Kurt's an interesting figure. I will admit, Kurt is a very interesting figure. Also, I have to thank the Seattle grunge scene in general, because without them, pop punk would have happened as big as it did. Because Jesus Christ, after like several years of like Nirvana and everyone trying to copy Nirvana, the entire scene went, "Oh my God, enough!"
No, no. The guy who got assassinated by the one crazy fan who jumped on stage was Dimebag Darrell.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was also super fucked because what? You're gonna someone's gonna assassinate like the nicest guy in heavy metal? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And that's the thing, right? Like, he was shot, he was shot playing with his brother, in their side gig band.
Yeah.
Because a crazy fan. And like, see, that's the thing that scares me about ever becoming famous. I think that's the reason why I never fucking go whole hog for it. People go nuts when when they're a fan of you. Like, Chapel Roan's right. I didn't sign up for this. I just wanted to play music.
I want to play music, make some money, have a nice house, maybe.
I mean, how to put it, man? It's what makes me so nervous about eventually becoming a cult leader.
Yeah.
Someone's gonna shut me up in my own house and take over my shit. And slowly poison me to death.
Yogi, I'll make you a promise.
Uh-huh.
Before that happens, I will shoot you.
Oh man, Alexander Leslie brought up Selena. Oh my God, who was it who referenced? What politician was it that fucking referenced Selena and then tried to speak in front of the American Hispanic community?
That sounds like a JD Vance thing.
Yeah, it was something like that, where I'm just sort of like, oh, that's not going to go well. Selena, there are a couple things you do not joke about. One of them is the Virgin Mary. The other is Selena. You do not joke about that shit. Holy crap. They will crucify you for real.
You know that bitch got out of prison recently, right?
Yes.
I've seen Yolanda Pinatas. I've seen them.
Yep.
Did they have Yolanda on them?
No, they're like in the effigy of Yolanda.
Yeah, but she's short and like round like that. She could like be her own pinata.
See, that's the thing, man. They're getting practice in. Someone's gonna find her. I know that she's kind of hiding at the moment. I know that she is. But
whoa!
She better keep hiding.
Did you literally just look up the Yolanda
I literally
pinatas?
looked up the Yolanda. Oh man, no. There is no fucking question what is happening in effigy. Oh man, here's one of a midget. There's a video of a midget woman destroying a Yolanda pinata.
Well, there's one I know of a girl at her quinceañera dressed as Selena beating the shit out of a Yolanda pinata. I know that. Which is
this might be her. It might just have been that the stature threw me.
Count Jackula, everybody. He cannot tell the difference between
a small child and a midget.
And a little person.
He has no idea.
Just can't. Oh.
But yeah, oh wow.
Generally the difference is like juiciness of ass, because I don't know what it is about little people, but they have like, the best badonkadonks. Tell me I'm fucking wrong.
I mean, considering that several gay male porn stars I follow are dwarves. Yeah.
See?
Yeah. Also hammercocks. I don't know what's going on, but I appreciate it.
Do you think it's a forced perspective kind of thing, or is it legitimately larger?
No, just like as a biological woman, I just have to say it's a blessing of the goddess. I just have to say that's what it is. It's a gift.
I think it's just part of the disorder, disease, whatever you call it. Like it's just like how the proportions are, The shorter you are, the fatter that ass looks. And I know this because my wife is 4'10" and she got a fat ass.
Oh my god. I'm sorry. I'm still like,
you're in the only heteronormative relationships that I care about.
Because it's not dating a queer person automatically makes you not heterosexual.
That's why I said heteronormative, not heterosexual. That's why I said that. I'm just
sorry, I'm still on the Yolanda pinatas, man.
Why are you even surprised? I'm surprised.
Because I didn't think of it. I didn't think of it. I'm like, I'm not surprised that it happened when you told me, but I was surprised because I hadn't thought of it.
No, Yolanda's out, Chrome Bison. She's on
she out.
Send out the word.
Yeah, that's why they're pinatas of her now. They're like, oh no, got to beat away the evil spirit.
How is
child?
Train the children. Hey,
Selena, kick her ass, Selena.
Small world.
How is Yolanda Salazar still alive? Because she was in prison for so long, and I think she was separated from the general population.
But yeah,
because I think
there would have to be.
Yeah, there were many attempts to kill her, or many threats to kill her, I should say.
Yeah, I can't, but I refuse to believe she spent all that time in jail and there were not attempts on her life. There had to be.
I mean, if Derek Chauvin can get fucking stabbed multiple times at this point, how the fuck is Yolanda like ducking?
I'm still fucking. Oh god, what was the name of that guy from fucking That 70s Show?
Danny Masterson.
Danny Masterson. I'm looking forward to his eventual stabbing.
Oh, that motherfucker's going to White Collar Princeton. He's a Scientologist.
Oh.
Yeah, just like that bitch that like is taking over for Chester and Lincoln Park.
Yeah, what the fuck?
That was a quick turnaround for me. I went, oh, it's cool. We're getting new Lincoln Park. We're getting no new Lincoln Park.
Yeah,
that's not what this is.
Yeah.
The fuck happened? Like I did the, you know. I wasn't a big Linkin Park fan, but I still got whiplash from that shit.
Well, I love Linkin Park. Chester got me through some really sad times as a kid. But like when they were like, we're bringing Linkin Park back, and we have a new singer that's gonna be like do Chester's parts. I was like, okay, that's a little weird, but like whatever. I'm down for like new Linkin Park. No new Linkin Park. We're not making new songs. Okay, that's a little weird. Well, where did this girl come from? Oh, she's a Scientologist who like was a Danny Masterson like apologist. Oh, so fuck this shit.
like that. I can't, man. That would imagine being one of the other musicians in the band.
They left.
Yeah,
they did.
They're like, "Fuck you, Matt, you sellout piece of shit."
Yeah, fuck this, And then like, all right, we got a new front person. Fuck her. All right, we're out of here. God damn it! What is wrong with us?
It's the money sickness, man.
Yeah.
Currency is an old and evil magic. It holds
It
so
is.
much power.
It is. It is a
reason.
black magic.
The curse of colonizer sickness runs deep.
It does. As a white man, let me just say it. Like
it does.
Other white people don't get it. Like
I don't know that there is an Asian equivalent.
Well,
I mean, they're far from innocent, but
like most of Asia, like almost every country's invaded and conquered the other one at some point.
Yeah, I think it helps that there's kind of an unspoken, even if there's a heavily denied, there is an unspoken peerdom in many ways, and even those areas that were like heavily conquered, like they still held on to their individual cultures.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Philippines is still filled with the Filipino. The Thailand is still filled with the Thai. They still have their cultures.
Yeah, no. If the different Native American and First Nations on this continent were allowed to continue to thrive and grow and engage in a back and forth of colonization between them and the settlers, I think we'd be having a different conversation.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, and while we're still saying this, like, Japan has KFC every year for fucking Christmas. Like
oh,
KFC,
really? That I didn't know that.
Yeah.
It's a tradition.
Because they think that's what happens.
So wait. All right. I get KFC based solely on America.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But how did it become associated with Christmas? Was it because it was it like the first American franchise or something? Like how'd they beat McDonald's to that?
Kind of. It's the idea that it was like the first popular American franchise to really blossom in Japan, but also that, if I'm not mistaken, KFC debuted in Japan around Christmas time, and they saw they saw Christmas themed KFC commercials. So there just became this association of like, America, they eat the KFC on Christmas.
Also, because America loves to like, hey, we're gonna kick your ass in the war, and then we're gonna put bases all around you.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Christmas. Where the fuck are you gonna get a turkey dinner or like anything like that?
Yeah, true. They are kind of North American.
Yeah.
So all the Americans would eat KFC, and so the Japanese interpreted this as, this just must be what happens at the Christmas time.
God damn it! Now I want fried chicken.
We were talking about this the other day. Okay. We were literally, John, we're not literally talking about this the other day. That we were talking about like racial stereotypes and shit, and I was like,
who don't like chicken?
No, exactly. It was that thing of like, no, that's a bullshit one. What are you saying that? What are you saying that people in the black community don't like fried chicken? I'm saying that everyone likes fried chicken.
Fried chicken because it's fried fucking chicken.
Because everyone loves
everyone loves fried chicken. Every culture's got its own fried chicken recipe.
Yes, everyone does. There's a Romani version of fried chicken, for fuck's sake. We have it, and we didn't even keep chickens.
Because chickens are really easy to farm.
Chickens are easy to farm, and they're delicious.
Well, they're delicious, but they also have no flavor. So whatever flavor you put on them, it will take.
Yeah. Yeah. Man.
Yeah, it was and like Flashman said about the KFC thing, it was also a marketing campaign that went way too good.
I'm probably the only person old enough to remember when Church's Chicken was good.
Probably because
you got to go to Bojangles.
I've never been to a Bojangles. I don't think they're around here, actually.
It's good.
All right. Do you ever just eat Popeye's chicken and go like, well, that's just a little bit too spicy?
No.
All right. Well, some people do, and those people go to Bojangles.
Oh, so Bojangles is less spicy than Popeyes.
Yeah.
It's equally delicious, just not in a Cajun-esque way.
Yeah. It's still spicy-ish, but it's more flavorful.
Yeah, because like Popeye's chicken is attempting to recreate like the Louisiana chicken.
Yeah. I want my lips to tingle.
And you're less likely to get a fist thrown in your face than a Bojangles as a Popeyes, which I think is a negative.
Bitch, I eat at Waffle House.
Well, like everybody that eats at Popeyes on the reg knows. Like, yeah, Waffle House has the reputation.
I don't know what it is about Popeyes.
Popeyes really deserves it. Like, I think part of the interview process is like, what would you say to a customer that came in and complained about their order? Bitch, what the fuck you want?
Yeah, like I do get really surly customer service at Popeyes.
You know what? One of my favorite. God, like I'll be honest with you, I almost missed the stories about before I was a vegetarian more than the food, honestly. It's weird. But I think my favorite bizarre memory that happened in a Popeyes while I was in a Popeyes was I think my favorite bizarre memory that happened in a Popeyes while I was there was a girl gave birth on a table.
How was the red beans and rice?
It was good that day.
A little extra something. No, with placenta. You know, can you fathom someone trying to clean up waters with Popeye's napkins? Can you imagine this?
I can.
Yeah.
Because I've been in the Popeyes.
Oh man. Hey, Jack, Yogi, and John, if you could choose one restaurant franchise to disappear forever, like completely go out of business and just go away, what would it be? It'd be a toss-up. For me, it'd be a toss-up between Arby's and Olive Garden.
Arby's.
Chick-fil-A.
All right.
Ooh, good choice. Okay. Good choice.
No, I've changed my
good
answer.
Choice.
Chick-fil-A.
Yeah. Chick-fil-A. Chicken sandwiches pretty good, but it's that side order of self-righteousness that just really ruins the whole thing.
They offer nothing you can't get somewhere else. They offer nothing you can't get somewhere else.
True.
It's like, well, they have waffle cut fries. Bitch, there's a frozen bag in the supermarket. Make it at home, you lazy cunt.
Well, like, man, and like the chicken, you can tell it's white people chicken because it has no flavor.
Well, no. It has a tiny bit of flavor, and I already know what the secret to that is. So it doesn't fucking matter.
It's the peanut oil.
No, it's peanut oil and pickle juice.
Pickle juice.
Yeah, because they brine it in pickle juice.
Which is actually, if you put other spices and flavorings on it, that actually is a really good trick, actually. Brining chicken in pickle juice is an excellent idea. It's just that, like, you put other shit on it.
And it's like, in their fucking chicken nuggets, like, they're so dry, they have to give you some type of drink. It's like eating a Popeyes biscuit without a drink. Like, if Pop
so many times you eat that Popeyes biscuit, it just is powder. It just turns to powder.
Powder? Shit, that shit turns into cotton in your fucking mouth. That's the reason why the sweet tea is so sweet.
See
here, bust that shit up.
But see, that's the thing. I will still go to Popeyes for orders of fries, red beans and rice, and biscuits and sweet tea.
You know what I think they ought to do?
Because here's the thing: if you buy a sleeve of biscuits, if you ask for everything, at least at my Popeyes, you get butter and honey.
Yeah.
And that makes all that okay.
There is kind of something. Look, I know I talk a lot of shit about Taco Bell, but I do have one idea that I think that they should do. They should bring back, well, I think it was called the chalupa. Because that was essentially taco on fry bread.
No, the chalupa's back. It exists.
It exists still there?
Yeah.
It's still a thing.
It's pretty good.
I literally, for dinner today, got several black bean chalupas and got really high and just shoveled them all into my mouth.
Yeah, they still put on fry bread?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Good.
They also have nacho fries now.
I can't have that.
You can't.
Oh yeah, no. There's too much seasoning.
Too much potato.
There's also too much sodium on that shit too.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah. But
your Popeye smothers their biscuits and butter. Yeah, but like,
you can make a brick house out of them. Those KFC fucking things go stale. They don't go stale. They fucking fossilize.
Oh,
man.
The KFC biscuits are trash.
Yeah. Kill
KFC is trash.
What you're supposed to do is you use those KFC biscuits as bricks, and then you use their mashed potatoes and gravy as the fucking mortar, and you build yourself a house.
And then you actually just eat the Popeyes biscuits.
Yeah, and then you just buy a well of Mountain Dew. What the fuck? I mean, dude, that's just so what? Why don't they just give you it's like, just sell me a 2-liter bottle, so.
No, you get a fucking IV bag, fat ass. Yeah. Can I get the double down and the fucking and the gallon of Mountain Dew?
The double down terrifies me.
2 suey meals coming up.
I've had one, and check. I've never felt closer to being Emperor Nero except in that moment.
That's your Caligula moment.
Burn yourself. Swear an oath of fealty to me.
Like I bit into it, and if you ever felt like your body like take a screenshot.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, what the fuck was that?
That was 2 chicken breasts covered in cheese. That's what with cheese in the middle. That's
with bacon.
With bacon.
With like a glob of cheese, and that's it.
And like a special spicy sauce that you can get it with 2 grilled chicken breasts. but I feel like that's like hiring a sex worker for a hug.
And again, it's named after a gambling term.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're gambling with your fucking health when you eat it.
Yes. I was 20, like I was in my early 20s, and I can like feel like an artery getting clogged.
Oh well, you were going through you were questioning Jesus. You were going through some shit.
I think my face had rictus afterwards.
You're eating the double down. You're like, there is no Jesus. Ah!
That was during the time where I was having a crisis of faith. So
that's what I'm saying. Like it doesn't. It did. Yeah. Like,
there's no Jesus, and this is the proof.
No, it was literally like.
I just wish that Mr. Oswald could see all the happy smiles on the face of all the customers as they dig into a KFC famous bowl. First of all, those aren't smiles. That's the rictus from a stroke.
I never ate a depression bowl because, like, that's a bridge too far for me.
Well, no, because look. Neither have I. And I'll tell you why, because here's the thing, right? There are meals that have been made by various cultures that the whole meal goes into a single bowl.
Right.
Yeah.
There are stews. There are like, things like dirty rice, things like, rice and beans. Like there are entire meals that can fit into bowl. That is not one of them. That is a meal that was supposed to be on a plate, but I can't put it in a bowl.
Yeah. Could only happen in America.
Yeah, do it. Fuck the sad boy in the dirt butt. It's okay.
All right, Mohawk. I don't even feel it. It's all bullshit
anyway.
Oh, Flashman is like, what would you rather do? Eat a KFC biscuit or the Jack in the Box tacos KFC biscuit?
Yeah, because at least I'll get the KFC biscuit down and be able to hold it for more than an hour.
Yeah. The Jack in the Box tacos, like, I've had that once. Never again.
I choose the Jack in the Box taco.
What the hell? Is your digestive
thing.
system made of fucking Kevlar?
Well, one, yes.
Oh, well, okay then. All right,
Two,
Wolverine.
I've never experienced Firehole ever in my life.
Precious little princess.
Yes, I am.
You haven't experienced the fucking like deep fear and sadness of having a hernia.
No, I haven't.
Or hemorrhoid.
Well, okay. Well, yes, but that was because of a different reason.
Was it now, you little fucking harlot?
Look, man, Anime Expo weekend is a busy weekend, okay? There's a lot of traffic.
Jack in the Box taco or Popeye's biscuit? Popeye's biscuit. Biscuit without water.
Okay, first of all, Popeye's biscuits are actually good. I'm sorry. They're dry, a little bit dry, but they're good. They're good. They're made with butter.
They ain't no Red Lobster cheddar biscuits. Farewell, Red Lobster.
Whoa. You didn't have to come out swinging. It wasn't even that serious. You didn't have to come out swinging. I know about the cheddar biscuits, okay? This hoe's eating the cheddar biscuits, and the family ain't even eating cheddar biscuits.
Don't feed us cheddar biscuits.
I literally go to the supermarket specifically to buy the frozen Cheddar Bay biscuits.
They're pretty good.
Now sells a mix of them.
They're fucking delicious. So you didn't have to come out swinging with both hands like that, man. We weren't even really fighting. Like, that wasn't necessary. But the reason between the KFC biscuit and the Jack in the Box taco, I picked Jack in the Box taco, and here's why. Because either that'll just go down and my stomach will feel a little sour for 10 minutes, but then it'll pass, or I will vomit that. It's either going to go through my system entirely or not even make it halfway. The fucking KFC biscuit, that's constipation.
Of the mouth.
That lucky shit up tired and foot knocks.
God forbid you have the mashed potatoes with it.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Hot school lunch 1990s mashed potatoes is better than that shit. Don't eat that.
That was uncalled for.
Am I wrong?
No.
Exactly.
Someone said people say Little Caesars is trash, but I think it's good fresh. Little Caesars is perfect for the amount of money you pay for.
Yes.
see, that's the okay. Little Caesars is the garbage pizza that I will stand for.
Yeah, it's the good enough. Why? It was $5. That's why.
Also, have you seen the amount of shit that you get for like a $5.99 box? That shit's amazing.
Yeah.
Also, have you tried those little popper ones?
No, I haven't.
Oh my god, the pepperoni poppers are like...
They're delicious.
Bro.
They're fucking delicious.
You wouldn't think a Little Caesars kitchen could make that.
Because you know what it is? Because I've had friends who've worked for Little Caesars. They actually make the shit there.
Mm-hmm.
That's the difference, right? Now, it's a universalized recipe, so it's not great. It's a recipe that's made to be churned out quickly, so it's not great. But the reason it's good enough is that all that shit is made in-house. Everything else, Domino's, Papa John's, all this other bullshit pizza, like that's all like mass-produced, flash frozen, and sent to individual freezers. It's cardboard and bullshit. Little Caesars may not be great pizza, but it's at least freshly made okay pizza.
And tell me what other fucking pizza place is going to give you jalapeno cheese for your fucking cheese bread, for your bread. Yeah.
And a pretzel crust, bitch.
I know, right? And what other pizza place will give you the pussy, you know?
The what?
See, remember that their Batman movie came out, right?
Which one?
The newest one.
Okay, yes.
So they had a little cross promotion with the Little Caesars, and it was the Batman pizza. But it was like 3 slices of like 6 slices of pizza and like 2 calzones to make the bat symbol.
And it looks like a vagina.
I'm remembering this.
It looked like a vagina.
With a pussy.
Yeah. Give me that badussy.
Yeah, the badussy, if you will.
Badussy. Okay. All right. Man, it's a Little Caesars 20 minutes away from me, but it's closed.
Well, it is like, what, midnight?
Yeah, it's closing in on midnight. I may have to go soon, you know?
Yeah.
Like...
It's
my
like 3 a.m. for
yeah.
us.
Yeah, it's 2:39, which means my local pizzeria is only open for 20 more minutes.
Fuck you.
What?
Fuck you.
That's not
if
enough time
mine
to get
was
it made
open that long, I could go now.
See, Jack doesn't care about being one of those people, you know.
But one of what people? Oh, going to a pizza place in the middle of the fucking night and just being like, yo, pie me. No. None whatsoever. None whatsoever.
Showing up to a restaurant 30 minutes before they close.
Fuck yeah. I will be that problem.
See, I've worked in food service. I can't do that.
Oh.
Yeah.
I used to live the convention life. That is how you eat.
Oh, you're the kind of guy whose food I would spit in.
Oh.
I can say that now. I don't work for that company anymore. I've done horrible things.
They won't let me leave. You know.
For anyone out there wondering if you do that shit, if we do horrible shit to your food.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
We do.
I put my pubic hair in pizza.
Oh.
I've taken
order at 1 in the fucking morning after we've cleaned everything, you fucking asshole.
Why isn't the restaurant closed before you start cleaning?
Because corporate won't let us do it that way.
Well, that's
Trust
fucked
me,
up.
We all
Yeah.
fight for that. We're always like, hey, can we close the kitchen 30 minutes early so we can fucking actually clean this bitch up and we can leave on time? No, you have to work until you're okay then. But don't bitch that you have to pay me overtime because I'm here for fucking 3 hours.
But I will bitch about that I had to pay you overtime. Well, make up your fucking mind then. I have taken, because someone came in super late and then also said some fucked up shit to a coworker. I have taken a box of freshly baked red velvet cookies, the last we had in the store, and gone,
No, I believe it.
them, please.
I believe it.
I gave someone a microwave steak.
Wait, a steak?
Yes. You know why?
More like how?
They ordered a medium steak.
At 1 a.m.?
Not at 1 a.m. This is just the middle of service.
Oh, okay. I thought it was
steak.
there's a steak joint open that late?
No.
What's the point?
Well, I used to work at a hotel, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So someone ordered a medium steak. And if I'm good at one fucking thing, it is grilling meat. I can hit temps like nobody's business. It was a medium steak.
He's a Tennessean after all.
Yeah, okay.
They sent it back. I had a Michelin star chef fucking tell me my steak was the best he ever had. Anyways.
What was their complaint? Was it undercooked, overcooked?
They said it was undercooked. That a medium steak that the medium steak was undercooked. So I literally took the plate and I put it in the microwave and I pressed 2 minutes and I said, sit right here, your steak will be out. 2 minutes passed, I gave him it back. It looked like gray, formless matter. And I said, hope that works. They didn't say shit, except they wanted another cup of ranch.
Ranch? For what? The steak?
Yes. Jack, people don't know how to eat. Yogi, are you okay over there, honey? You're like fucking vibrating in anger.
All right, one they asked for steak medium. Which,
yes.
Okay. I'm a medium rare guy myself.
But Dad, what if they ask for it rare?
No, well done.
Well done. What if they ask for it well done? We ask them firmly but politely
to leave.
You want a well done steak, just get a burger.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was always a rare guy, personally.
It's in restaurants I order medium rare because like that's how I get a good medium.
Yeah. My problem with rare has always been it's always inconsistent.
Yeah.
You know, like I'm rolling the dice, you know, to see what they consider rare. Medium rare is usually a pretty good bet. Like that's the point that most people can hit. You know, well done is easy to hit, but that's also known as cooked to fuck.
Yeah, that's you taking everything that makes steak delicious out of it.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
I didn't jizz in the ranch. I did. Okay. So the most evil shit I did.
Who can me make the special sauce? It's semen.
It was a kid's birthday.
Oh.
And this mother had been up the staff's ass the entire 4 hours of this birthday party. And I worked at it.
4 hours?
Jack, I worked at a fucking Embassy Suites on a goddamn Chuck E. Cheese. I'm assuming they all went swimming and then came back and had the party. That's what I assume. But this woman, she walked into the kitchen, which she got promptly told to get the fuck out of, like that.
She walked into the kitchen.
Yeah. But she had this like ice cream cake that she told us to hold because it's, you know, it's a kid's birthday party.
Okay.
Well, I don't know when we got it, but it was kind of a little misshapen.
Ooh.
And she yelled at us to fix it, even though we didn't even make this fucking thing.
Fix it. You brought it in.
Well, we fixed it. We fixed it by putting like sour cream on top of it.
Oh. Oh.
Actually, depending upon the ice cream, that might taste good.
Well, I didn't get any complaints, so maybe it worked out.
No, because there actually are some ice cream recipes that use sour cream as an additive with them.
Right. This is like a Dairy Queen one though, so I can't.
Fix it. Why did you sell? Did you guys sell cakes?
No,
I didn't think so. I thought it was a Chuck E. Cheese. Like the only cake you're gonna get is 5 pizzas stacked on top of each other.
Jack, I worked at an Embassy Suites, so we don't even fucking do this shit on the regular.
Oh, this ain't like Radisson or something.
No, this is economy Hilton. All right.
Oh. So,
and she was like, well, somebody's got to fix this cake. And we're like, ma'am, that you bought that from a different place. We just held it in our freezer. We can't do anything. She's like, well, somebody's going to fix it.
It'll be you.
We apologize, but there's literally nothing we can do.
Well, you know, it's funny because my food and bev manager explained to this woman at least 3 times that we can't do anything to fix it. And then she kept saying that we need to fix it. And this guy was from New York, and he just went, okay, we'll do what we can. She walked out, and he goes, fuck her shit up.
That's my people. That's my people.
I was shot down because I wanted to put mashed potatoes on top of it.
That's too obvious.
That's what they said, but I said, like, if it's good enough for Weird Al, it's good enough for this bitch.
How fucked up was this cake?
It wasn't. It melted a little bit. Like,
yeah, because it's ice cream cake.
Right. Which apparently this bitch didn't even fucking think about. So she just wanted us to, like, even up the edges.
Who gives a shit? It's getting eaten. It's being put in like 6-year-olds' mouths.
This bitch gives a shit.
and why did she wait 4 hours?
Because she wanted to have a kid's birthday party with the pool and cake without actually having to do any of the fucking cleanup or like setup for it.
Dude,
why did that take 4 hours? Why does it take 4 hours to get to the goddamn cake?
Piss poor planning? I don't fucking know.
Yeah, well, it would have to be. It would have to, because I'm just sitting there and I'm like, no, the cake, you get, once all the guests have arrived, you bring out the cake. If they're longer than an hour, and if they're longer than 2 hours, fuck them, we're going ahead. Why? Because these are children, and they are screaming all over the place, and everyone just wants to sit down.
At a hotel.
At a hotel. At a hotel? Like, why not go to the fucking Dairy Queen? They'll fucking fix up. They'll cake you.
Because apparently we had the only banquet rooms that could fit her party list.
How many kids were there?
Fucking no, I'm not part of that shit. I just cook things.
Okay. Well, how many people would normally fit in that thing?
never inquired, didn't give a shit because it was like one of those private booth party things.
Oh God!
Like in the middle of fixing this bitch's shit, I'm also working a fucking anime con and people ordering fucking room service and ordering from the restaurant all at the same fucking time. I'm a little fucking busy.
No shit.
Like fucking
sounds like there are a lot of things wrong with this place.
Children will fucking drink an ice cream cake from a plate if they have to. They don't give a shit. They're just happy to have it.
Yeah, unless they're rich kids.
Yogi, you know, this ain't about the kids. It's never about the kids.
No, it's not.
Wow.
Yeah, no. And you know what's funny? I was like,
that shit melts being in the car for 5 minutes, you know?
Like, yeah, and that's the part that fucking melted because we have walk-in freezers that are temperature checked. So that shit didn't melt in there. That shit melted on the way to the hotel, and this bitch was trying to get a free comp.
You know what's real fucking crazy? I don't know. Maybe
she's trying to get a free comp, but she's the one who brought the okay, never mind. You know what?
Maybe I'm just extra and bougie. Maybe I grew up in a highfalutin life. I don't know. Tell me if I'm crazy, but my parents, if they ever had anything that was frozen, that needed to stay cold, and they were transporting it from one place to another, like, you know, family gathering, party, any such thing.
Right.
You pack the shit in ice. You pack the shit in ice. Every fucking dad has an igloo cooler. Every fucking dad has an igloo cooler. You pack the shit in ice.
I think we're missing the key ingredient in this goulash then. There were, in fact, no dads.
Oh.
I'm not touching that one. I'm not touching that.
Why does mommy cry? Because you made daddy go away. You know, like.
It was.
Why did the dinosaurs die out?
Because you touch yourself at night.
I use that one to this day. No, like working in food service, I like there's just shit I won't do. Like if you're closing in 30 minutes, I'll go home. Like
no, I get it. One of the few times I worked in food service, guy called me a chink. I licked my finger and I touched his eggs right in front of him.
And then you were told you'll never work in a Bob Evans again.
It was a Shoney's.
You'll never fry eggs in this town again. Good.
All right. Deuces.
You'll never be able to bake paper thin bacon as far as like on this side of the Mississippi.
Oh man, I fucked that job up royal. Because, like, I came in, no training, no idea what to do.
Get on the
they didn't even tell me. They didn't tell me what to do with the tips left on the table. So I just put them in a big pile. But they were like, you got to clean the entire table, top to bottom. And I was like, well, where do I put this money? I put it on a tray.
And then, like, was really surprised, and all the servers came back with knives threatening to kill you.
Yes. Yes, I had no fucking clue, like, what to do. And I was like, nobody told me shit. You know? And it's like, well, you're just supposed to know that. I'm like, no, I'm not. You're supposed to tell me. Like, when you're a customer, you just leave it on the table, and then it magically disappears. You know, like
yes, because you leave before that.
Because you leave before that becomes a thing, and now, I'm supposed to clean the table up before the waitress collects her tips. What kind of system is that?
I have a deep-seated belief that if I go into a diner and the person who I can see through the window who is working the grill, if they are not like an angry Greek man or just a fat bald guy, then I'm not happy.
Yeah, you know when I'm not happy? When I go into a Greek restaurant and the moussaka sucks. I'm not happy.
That can't be a real Greek restaurant. It's moussaka.
No shit, right? That's like going.
It can't be.
I went into an Italian restaurant and they gave me a freeze-dried lasagna. I almost fucking murdered somebody.
What?
Yeah.
That's what you get for going to Buca de Peoples.
No, it wasn't Buca de Peoples. It wasn't. This was like no, this was like random Italian family restaurant. I was like, what? I
almost killed Arthur when that's where we ended up.
Hey, it was better than this place, I'll tell you that.
No. I'm not saying that's not. I'm just saying he didn't prepare me.
Yogi, how much preparing could he have done to actually get you okay with that?
No. He could have been honest with me. He could have turned around and said, "Look, the reception dinner is like the practice dinner is being held at Buca di Beppo." He could have said that. That is not what the motherfucker said. He kept referring to it as a local Italian restaurant.
Oh.
No. Knowing that as soon as I walked in the door, I would knowing that as soon as we got there, I would be like, "You lying son of a bitch." And he thought it was the funniest fucking thing.
See, I knew we were going to a Buca di Beppo, so I was prepared. I was like, oh, okay, I know how this works.
This looks like upscaled Fazoli's.
It kind of is. You know, it is a chain though.
Why is
I almost threatened to not officiate the next day.
You've been justified. Why is the lasagna shaped like a heart? Is that just like a Valentine's Day thing?
It's a Valentine's.
That's a Valentine's Day thing. I've never had.
I was so confused.
Every time I've had the lasagna, they just bring out the pan. It's always square.
I was so confused when we walked in, just like the decor of everything. Do you remember this? I asked you. I was like, "Is this what white people think Italian homes are like?"
Yeah.
There was a Cardinals Beretta. There was a Cardinals Beretta put in like a weird frame shadow box and hanging sideways on the wall. And I was
like, Pope room.
There was a Pope room, and I was like, "What the fuck is this?"
It's the Pope.
I'm currently looking at the fucking Pope room. What the shit?
Yeah, it's the Pope room. It's got a plaster bust of the Pope, so he can watch you eat.
Does the Pope seem like the golden hits from the 70s?
Oh shit, that'd be wild. That'd be so great. With his mouth moving like he's Big Mouth Billy Bass. Tragedy!
I'm a Pope of the Francis, and I'm here to tell you you need to eat your fucking rigatoni.
And then no, it doesn't. No. It can't sing Gold Notes from Cities. It can't sing that. You know what the singing Pope bust sings?
What?
Volare, whoa, e cantare.
It's not even going to be Ecobare, mi va sudare.
No, because that's Julius La Rosa. You leave him alone. You leave Julius La Rosa alone.
One of the Pope pictures that looks suspiciously like Dean Martin starts singing like "When the moon hits your eye."
Like a yeah. Like, oh, dude. Have a fucking like restaurant like that, but it's ghost theme, and so it's like Papa Emeritus, the recent Papa Emeritus on the damn thing.
And all the non siero fedele funzo, she said.
Well, I just feel like I'm in a real Italian restaurant. Like I feel like I'm in Brooklyn or something. That shit's made for Midwesterners. Like,
I was just sitting in a booth having an aneurysm.
Was the food good?
That's an odd question.
It's not bad.
It's edible.
Yeah. Let me put it this way. If you're not Italian, it's actually pretty good. I would recommend it if you're just like, yeah, let's just get something to eat.
The Countess thought it was very fun because we were all sitting at the same table. The Countess thought it was very funny that I kept going, what the fuck is wrong with this marinara sauce?
What is this, fucking ketchup?
No,
it's not that bad. It's not like that.
No. It's fucking water. Like it doesn't stick to the pasta.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's a little.
It does not stick to the pasta, and I'll tell you why it doesn't stick to the pasta because
the pasta is fucking wet when they put the fucking sauce on.
Yeah. Because you know what the pasta's not? It's not al dente. They don't cook it al dente so that when they put the sauce on it,
it absorbs the rest of it.
Yeah, they don't fucking.
Yeah, the pizzas are the big ticket item. The lasagna is pretty good. Pretty good. It's not the best, but you're like it better than homemade, definitely. Yeah, well, okay, better than homemade if you don't have a real recipe.
The thing that got me was Arthur's very Midwestern mother. Arthur's very Midwestern mother.
Told you.
Fucking. Do you remember this, man? Because
yes.
the joke got made that, like, you know, since I was from Jersey, I was being hypercritical, and she turned to. Do you remember this? She turned to me and was like, "Oh, it's like home, huh?"
And Yogi grabbed a knife instinctually.
And I was literally just sitting there going, haha, and in my head I was like, I can't kill her. She's the mother of the groom. I can't kill her. She's the mother of the groom. I can't kill her.
I got to watch Yogi turn into me for like an hour. You know, because I was perfectly happy. I was like, yeah, free dinner. Yeah. Free dinner. It's not bad.
I'm just sitting there like, the fuck is this shit?
I actually like Buca di Beppo. I wouldn't choose that. Yeah, I wouldn't choose that over like an authentic Italian restaurant. But like, apparently those have gotten rare.
Do you know what made it hurt all the more? Is that because I was staying with Arthur and his fiance, now husband. I was staying with them through most of the week. Literally 3 days prior to this, I made them an actual full Italian American dinner. I made homemade marinara sauce with garlic I bought from the fucking store down the street that I walked down early in the morning. I fucking...
Because that's an 8-hour process.
Oh, dude.
It is!
Dude. Okay, so last week, we get some of our vegetables from a food bank, okay? Excuse me. And last week, they got there kind of near, the Countess got there kind of near the end. And they were like, here, have a box of cherry tomatoes. Do you want a box of cherry tomatoes? She's like, oh, yeah, my husband loves tomatoes. And they bring out this huge amount of cherry tomatoes, like an obscene amount.
Ooh,
and so, no, that's exactly what I did. That's exactly what we did.
Did you make sauce or did you make passata?
Both.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there was enough for both to the point where we're like, are we gonna be able to get through all this? We did.
See that's why you can everything so it stays fresh and doesn't go off.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we didn't have any cans, so like I've got like a couple of gallons of marinara sauce in the freezer.
I know this is acceptable.
Yeah. Yeah. So I gotta ask. Do, I just do garlic, onion, tomato, basil.
Where's your fucking pepper?
Well, seasoning is implied.
No. I'm not talking about black pepper.
Oh, you mean like
sweet...
the
where's
sweet
your
or the
peppercorn,
crushed red pepper? Oh,
the
okay.
peppercorn, the crushed red pepper.
Right. Yeah, I do that as well.
Okay.
Sometimes I will fire roast red peppers and also do that, and also put that in.
Like putting sweet peppers in it is occasionally like pretty good for like a good.
Yeah. I think it does a lot, particularly if you fire roast it first.
Mm-hmm.
But what do you do, Yogi?
Well, it depends. It depends, because this depends on if I'm making a marinara, if I'm making a bolognese, if I'm making a ragu, or if I'm making the salsa de mama, which is like my mother's sauce recipe.
How would you make ragu?
What is the difference between a ragu and a marinara?
It's the consistency. Well, one, it's the thickness and consistency. It's also ingredients, because ragu is meat sauce.
Okay, all right, that's what I thought.
Ragu is a meat sauce. Traditionally, it's usually with like, really traditionally, like ragu has lamb.
Okay, I probably
like,
I can't go that far. Yeah,
it has like a lamb or a pork or something like that.
You can also buy it at the grocery store. They have nice yellow cans.
You shut the fuck up. Don't you ever fucking mention that in my presence again.
Yeah. I tend to make sure my sauces are a little thick. I boil them down quite a lot.
Right, and then like a bolognese, for instance, a bolognese is like a thicker. It's a thicker sauce that has it's called bolognese because it's a thicker, like, vegetable based sauce that usually has carrots and stuff in it, and it's traditional.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's traditional from the Bologna region of Italy, hence bolognese.
Okay,
or alla bolognese, and but marinara, just like a basic marinara, which is it's not the thinnest tomato sauce, but it's a bit thinner than like ragu and bolognese. And for me, for my basic marinara, I just do olive oil, garlic, crushed red pepper, hand crushed tomatoes, basil, and salt and sugar to taste.
Okay, yeah, I leave out the sugar.
Sometimes I don't even put sugar in it. Sometimes there's just like, sometimes like the basil is fresh enough that it has like sweetness in it that you don't need the extra sugar.
Yeah.
But sometimes like I'll give it a little taste and I'll be like, you know.
Yeah.
Put friend bay leaf in there.
The bay leaf. Interestingly enough, when I make my salsa de mama, when I make like my mother's like, so, which is like, this is like the quote unquote family sauce recipe. This is like I'm now like fifth generation of person to use this tomato sauce. That is like a gallon of fucking sauce at a time. And that involves like tomato paste, bay leaf, and a bunch of other shit that I'm not going to go into because you don't get to know that recipe.
Yeah, my favorite tomatoes to use are the oh god, what are they? Not Serranos. They come in they come in a San Romanos. Yeah.
Yes, and it has to be the San Romanos. It has to be the San Romanos.
Yeah, luckily those are really easy to get. Turns out the Trader Joe's carries them, and they're only like $3.50 a can.
It was actually very funny because like when I stayed with Arthur and his husband, we did like some basic grocery shopping because my whole thing was like, no, this week I'm cooking. You keep doing it. You're literally running an entire event for yourselves while also putting me up. So sit the fuck down and eat, please. Just fucking eat. You're
Yeah.
both so fucking skinny. Fucking eat.
Okay, we should probably hang it up. John just yawned and I'm feeling it too.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah. So, well, once again, I want to thank you guys.
I was. Yeah.
Well, thank you guys for coming on. Had a great time. And I hope you in the chat also had a great time listening to us like yammer on about everything under the sun. And so until next time, welcome, John Smith, for just about to end.
Bye, John Smith.
Until next time, I'm Ace Donna, Disco Inferno, and remember, Satan and I love y'all very much. Yogi?
I got nothing else. Just hail Satan, everybody.
John?
Wash your fucking ass.
Oh, wash your ass.
Wash your ass. It smells. Get a bidet. Change your life. Hail Satan, everybody. I will see y'all next time. You take care.